Welcome to this crash course into Unreal Engine 5. If you are a beginner, this is the video for you to get started inside of Unreal Engine 5. We will touch on a lot of different tools and features. Hopefully, there will be a fair amount of things to learn in this video even if you're not a beginner. Because we will be going through so many different parts and demonstrating them, this will be quite a long video, so I will timestamp mark the different parts so that you can jump to the areas that are most interesting to you. In addition to the timestamps, hopefully you should be able to make it possible to use as a lookup for specific topics to see how they work with demonstrations. Anyway, let's get started learning and have some fun. To start off, what we need to do is install Unreal Engine 5. To do this is very simple. All you need to do is go to Google and Google Unreal Engine, and your top result should be their homepage. Going into their homepage, they have a download section in the top right here currently you can see. So clicking in there, we get to their guide, how you install Unreal Engine and what the requirements and what it includes. So we will just briefly go through this so we can follow along and see what parts you need to do. So the first step is we need to get the Epic Games Launcher. The Epic Games Launcher you can download here by clicking this button and then creating an account for this Epic Games Launcher as well. Once you have it, you can open it either manually or by clicking this button over here. Then you get to this step here where it shows you how to install and launch Unreal Engine. And it's very simple really. Once you have the launcher ready, you will have something that looks like this. You have a few tabs here on the left, and the one that we're interested in is called Unreal Engine. In this section we have a few tabs under this category, and in here we want to go to Library. In Library we will see our engine versions. You can see that I currently have 3 different versions installed here. What you need to do is you need to click on this plus sign to get an icon here showing that you are about to install something, and then you get to choose which version you want to install among these. So choosing Unreal Engine 5 here and then installing it should bring you to the next part. I'm just going to update my version to the latest version here so we can follow along together. Now with everything updated, let's start up our first project. So what you need to do is you go and click here on the launch button. It will launch the corresponding version. So depending on which one you want to launch, that's the button you want to press, of course. So we're going to be starting with Unreal Engine 5. And what we will be doing now is we will be starting off with a very simple project, but we want to go through some of the basics first of what the things that we are presented with are. So we'll resume here once all the initialization is done. The initialization is done, and this is what we're presented with. So what we have here is a group of 5 different categories which we can choose from. So recent projects will display all the recent projects that you have available. Games will display the different templates that you have available within the gaming category. You also have a few different project templates within live video and live events, and architecture and automotive and product and design. Now, what these are essentially very basic projects that are set up with a few assets or configurations in mind to help you get started prototyping or playing around with a certain field or group of something. So a blank project won't have a lot in it at all. A first-person project would have a character set up with a gun in a first-person mode that shoots some very basic projectiles. A third-person project will have a character in third-person mode that you can run around and control. And top-down will have the same as third-person, except it will have a camera from above, and you'll be able to move around by clicking with your mouse and such. In addition to that, you also have a vehicle project, a handheld augmented reality project, and a virtual reality project as well. So to start off, we will be choosing a blank project because we're going to be starting on the very basics. And what you want to do here is you get to choose between Blueprint and C++. We're going to be keeping it simple and doing Blueprint. Blueprint is a scripting language in Unreal Engine, and it is very capable actually. So we can do some pretty cool things with this. You get to choose a target platform. You can choose desktop and you can also choose mobile. For our purposes, desktop is what we want. Quality preset, you can have maximum or scalable. We will leave it at maximum. It includes starter content by default, which is essentially a group of assets and materials and things like that. Some basic things so you can play around with. So checking this will make the project a little bit larger, but it allows you to have some building blocks to play around with essentially. Ray tracing we're not going to be dealing with in this one. It's essentially the idea of tracking how light bounces to make it carry on light and make reflections and such things look more realistic. So this one we will be leaving checked out. As for a project name, we can choose whatever we want here. I'm just going to be doing UE5 Beginner Tutorial. And then you can click create and it starts creating that project for you. Now that the engine and the project has loaded in, this is what we're presented with. We get some pop-ups here to the right saying things like, would you like to update your project files? You can just click update, it's going to be fine. So this is what we're working with. Now, the biggest part of the screen here is this huge window here where we have the chairs and the table. This is what is called the viewport. This is what we're using to display and show what we have in our game world and how we interact with it. This is where you will be spending the majority of your time when you're working in Unreal Engine. So this is what we will be going through first, but there will be plenty of other things as well. Now, the very first thing that we need to do is learn to do some basic navigation so we can actually traverse this world, this view, so we can better do the things that we want to accomplish. So first thing of that is that we need to take our mouse, and if we hold down our middle mouse button and we drag it up, you can see that we're panning up, and drag it down, we pan down. Equally, we can pan to the left and to the right while doing this as well. So that's one of the ways that we can navigate. Another way is we can use our mouse scroll wheel to scroll backwards and forwards to zoom in and out. But the easiest way to navigate, in my opinion, that you can pretty much only get around by doing is holding down your right mouse button and then dragging your mouse around. That means you will be looking around as you move your mouse. And to navigate while in this mode, while still holding right mouse button down, you can use your W, A, S, and D keys to move around like you were playing a first-person shooter or something like that. So A and D will move you left and right, W and S will move you forwards and backwards. As you keep moving around with these different ways in Unreal Engine, you will become more proficient of how to use these for the right purpose and the right situation. But I would like you to take a moment now just to play around with these different ways of navigating that I have mentioned, so that you feel a little bit more comfortable with how you can move around. Next, let's start manipulating some objects. So, if you use your mouse and hover it over an object in the world and left click, you will see that it gets a outliner, in this case yellow, and a gizmo appears here with a blue, a green, and a red arrow. What this is a translation gizmo currently. It has 3 different modes. It has the ability to move objects, and it has the ability to scale objects, and it has the ability to rotate objects. So with these arrows, you can move your mouse and until one of the arrows becomes yellow. That means it's available to be selected. Holding down left mouse button now and keeping it there while moving your mouse will move the object along the axis that you have chosen. The different arrows represent the three different axes in 3-dimensional space. And in the bottom left here, you can see that we have a blue arrow that says Z, so that's the upwards arrow. The X represents the X-axis, that's the red arrow over here. And the green is representing the Y-axis, which is the green arrow over here. So by taking one of these handles, pressing down and moving, you are constricted in the axis that you're currently moving it in. There are also, if you look closely at the gizmo, some areas where it's sort of forming squares where the green and the red are meeting, for example. And if you hover over that, you can see that two of the arrows get marked at the same time. If we press down left mouse button now and hold it, this means we will be moving along the red and the green, which is the X and the Y axis. So we have both of these different axes now available to move around with. Equally, there's one of these for the other dimensions as well. So we have one for blue and red and blue and green. And equally, if we mark one of those and drag around, we will have those two axes around to drag around with. The last thing you can do is move your mouse to the middle, so the white little circle becomes yellow. This means that you will be allowed to move freeform within all three axes. So if we were to do that and start dragging around, you can see that we can move around in any kind of direction that we want, essentially. So that is how you can move objects around. Now, I also mentioned that you can scale and rotate things, and there are a couple of different ways you can change these modes. One of them is by using the W, E and R key. You can see that the gizmo is changing shape. So the W corresponds to, and this works when you have an object selected. So if I select this table over here and then I press E, you can see it changes to this. R, it changes to this. So the W corresponds to the translation, the movement of objects. The E corresponds to the rotation of objects. To demonstrate that, I can rotate this table around along one of the axes. And R represents scaling. So if we go back to E again, which is rotating. Also, while we're still here, another way you can change between these different modes is just by pressing the space bar, and it will cycle through each of the different modes. So a good thing to learn is to what these different modes look like, so you know what kind of mode you are in. If you do not know, you can always look up here in the top right here. You can see as I press space, it will change between these three different modes. That's because the left one here is the translate mode, the middle one is the rotate mode, and the last one is the scale mode. Now, with rotate, it works exactly like with the translation when we were moving objects. You have a blue quarter of a circle here. Now, you might be confused by why this one is in the bottom and why not in the top like before. That's because when it handles rotation, we rotate things along an axis. So if we look down here, we can see that the Z-axis is moving upwards and downwards. That means that if we were to click the blue one, we will rotate along the X-axis, sorry, the Z-axis. So that's the axis that we're currently rotating an object around. And equally, the X-axis is going in this direction, and we can see this corresponded by the red quarter circle here as well. And the same thing applies for the green one, which is the Y-axis. So that's how that works. So using these different modes, you can now both move things around and rotate them. So let's take a look at the scaling. So another way to change this, other than W, E, and R and the space key, we can also manually click up here to change the different modes. So now I've chosen the scaling mode. Scaling modes means we are changing the scale of an object. I know, surprise, right? And essentially what that does is it's making something larger or smaller in some dimension. So we can make something larger or smaller in the green dimension here, in the blue dimension, or in the red dimension, or like before, we can choose multiples to have multiple angles or axes affected at the same time. So if we were to choose the Z one, we can change the height of the table. If we choose the red one, we can change the size in that scale, axis, and green one in this axis. And also if you were to choose in the middle here, you'll choose all of them and you will uniformly scale something up and down depending on which direction you move around with. So that's how the translation, rotation, and scaling works in Unreal Engine. So this would be a good time for you to play around with these 3 different modes, and also playing around with the different ways of how you can change between them, so you get a little bit comfortable with that, because we will be needing it a lot moving forward. So spend some time doing that until you feel comfortable with it. Now that we feel a little bit more comfortable about both navigating and affecting objects in the world, let's learn a little bit more about how this is planned out in Unreal Engine. So, when we mark an object, we get a yellow outliner around the object, but also you might notice that up here in the top right, when we're choosing an object, we can see that it's changing around this like window over here. Let's give this window a little bit more space and talk about this a little bit. This here is what's called the world outliner. Every object that exists in your world will have an object here as well. So all of the chairs that we have, for example, here exist in the world outliner. We can see the floor, which is actually this floor over here. You see yellow outliner here, and this floor over here. And we also have the statue, which is on the table, and the table itself, for example. In addition to that, we also have a lot of other objects that are not as visual, like light source. And if you have an object that you want to look at, you can click on it in the world outliner and then press F, and it will focus on it. And while you have it focused, to move around, you can easily like press an object and then press F and then have it focused if you don't know exactly where that object is. And in this case, with the skylight, for example, if we go here, you can see that we have the gizmo around this object. It is essentially just an icon in the world that represents an object that doesn't have a physical representation. In this case, it is an object related to the lighting. We will be going through these things a little bit more in detail later on, but for now, you may want to play around with the world outliner a little bit, clicking on objects, seeing that they get marked, and see that they are marked in the world as well. And other things you can do in this world outliner is also you can see there are these folders. You can collapse them and expand them as you see fit, because you can have all the objects here in a structure that you feel comfortable with to organize. It is very easy when you have a lot of objects that it gets out of control, so having an organizational structure can be very useful. To create new folders to have, so you can make these structures, all you have to do is right click and you can create a folder over here, or you can go up here and create a folder from here, and you get a folder created. Actually, let's go, come on, there we go. And you get a folder created, and you can name it something like assets or something like that. So this is essentially just a way to organize the objects in the world. In addition to that, you can also see that this one got well, it's difficult to see maybe, but this is a closed eye. If we click on it, nothing happens because we don't have anything in it. But let's use something that has something in it. So if we take our, let's see, that's the start. Static meshes is something that's very visual. So if we were to click the eye over here on static meshes, it will take everything in the folder, and you can see that we get the symbol up that we had over here. And this is essentially saying that we're hiding the object. And since I hid the folder here, it will hide everything that is in the folder, including subfolders and everything inside of those things. You can still see that we get the gizmo if we select an object, and we can press F to focus on that object even if we don't see it, but we need to unhide it, or unhide it to be able to see it again. And you can do it in the same way like I did before. You can unhide complete folders, or you can have individual objects that you want to hide if you want to have them excluded for some reason to make it easier to view. So now we know a little bit about the viewport, and we know a little bit about the world outliner. The next part that is very natural to this is if we give this part a little bit more space. This is the details panel. Now, details panel is going to be shown here by default. It can be lost if you click it away, for example, But any window that you lose or close or get rid of intentionally, you can always find again going to the window section here. You have a bunch of different windows that you can choose to show depending on what your needs are. In our case, we had the details window closed, so clicking the details window here, now we can see that it appears again. The details pane or window is essentially showing you extra information or properties about the object that you're currently selecting in the world. So in this case, I currently have the floor selected here, since we see the yellow outline on the floor. What we can see is we have a location. So we have a location here in Unreal Engine units. And Unreal Engine measuring unit is 1 unit is 1 centimeter. So if you know the metric system, this is going to be easier for you. If you come from the imperial system, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But since this says, for example, -400, that means that it has an X value. You can see that it has an X there when you hover over with your mouse. You can also see that it's belonging to X because it has a red coloration, just like the axis over here that's red. And it's essentially saying it's 400 units below or in negative value from 0. If we were to change this value manually to 0, you can see that it has moved now over here. It is actually overlapping with the other floor that we have. And if we change this to maybe 100, you can see that they're now slightly overlapping. So you have this floor that we have marked, and we have the other floor over here that's now overlapping, and we're getting a graphical glitch because it's having trouble seeing which one is supposed to be shown because they have exactly the same pixels showing in the surface here that's overlapping. So putting this back to -400, you can see that we can, just like we're moving with the tools that we had before, like using the W, E, and R and moving around like this, we can also move things around with these numbers. And you can see that they automatically update here in real time as we move things around as well. So this works for both rotation, location, and scale. And in scale, you might want to also uniformly scale something. To do that by using this, you can either you can have a manual value for something like the Z value in this case, and I can say I want to have this as 5, and you can see that the thickness got much greater here now. Or you can say that you want to uniformly scale it. So if we were to have, for example, 1 in all dimensions here, and we click the padlock, we change to 2, you can see that all these 3 different values changed all together, just like if we were to scale this using the center part here, like we talked about earlier, that will uniformly scale along all 3 axes. So that's how that works. In addition to that, we also have some other information. We have this window up here which represents how the object is consisting. This is a little bit advanced now to begin with, but essentially objects in the world will have a bunch of components that they exist out of. And in this case, our floor instance here is consisting of one static mesh component. A static mesh is, in case you're not aware of it, is a piece of geometry that you have in the world, which could be essentially anything. And the word static means that it is essentially a non-changing object of geometry. So our chair here, for example, is a static mesh because it is a chair that doesn't have an animation on it, for example. It doesn't change around how it looks. In this details pane, we have a lot of different information here. We can see, for example, that the static mesh here is a chair. We could change this to something like a corner frame, and then you'll see that our chair here actually changed from being a chair to this corner frame. We have all kinds of different things here. We can change the materials on it, and the materials in Unreal Engine, if we change this back to a chair, it will be more visible, is how an object looks. It is using things like parameters and textures to give a object the visuals that it has based on how the object has been set up to use these materials to view it. So for example, you can see that there are some silver parts in this one, and we have some plastic orange parts. And that's because that's how that material is set up to be shown. But we can change this to cobblestone, for example, and you can see that we suddenly have a very weird looking cobblestone kind of a chair. So that is what materials are. They are essentially the visual representation of the surface of objects. Another thing to note here is, before we move on, is that there are a lot of different options and components and properties that you can change here. And it's important to note that all of these change as you change your object. So if I were to click on this object, you can see we have a set of different objects or properties. The locations, of course, and rotations and everything like that are different. It has a different mesh, it has a different material, everything like that. In this case, though, both of these are static meshes, so they have a lot in common when it comes to their settings. But if we were to change and click on something completely different, like this object up here, which is a sphere reflection capture component, or actor, sorry, then you will see you have a completely different set of information here, except for the transform information here, which is always going to be present in all the objects in the world. Everything that we have in the world is commonly referred to as an actor. This has to do with programming later on, but an actor is something that has a world representation in the world. It exists at a specific position and then has a bunch of properties depending on what kind of type of object it is, essentially. Later on it will come down to inheritance and things like that, but I don't think we will be getting into that in this tutorial. We will be keeping this a little bit easier, I think, but just so you have a little bit of the grasp of the terminology that's being used, so that you understand when people say certain things. Moving on, the next part that we're going to be touching on is called the content browser. So if you hold down Control and you press space, you'll see that this part of your editor pops up. This is the content browser. This is where we have all the content that we are currently have available to use in our project. You can use Control Space to hide this again if you want to get the space back. Or if you want to open it in a different way, you can also click here on the content drawer, and that will open it up equally. If you then start doing something in the world, you can see that it automatically closes down. If that is not what you want, if you want to have this drawer or content browser available at all times, you can always click on Dock in Layout and it will stay up even if you move around with it like this. The structure of the content browser is the same as in a file browser, essentially. You can see that we have this hierarchy of folders over here, where we have different types of assets available to us. And they are everything from static meshes to materials, to sounds, to all kinds of things, essentially. And important to note is that the content folder is the folder that we are working out of for our project. So this is the folder that is considered the root for us when it comes to the assets that we have in the project. So everything that we want to add should be in the content folder, or in a folder in the content folder, or in a deeper folder structure if you want to have an even deeper structure, of course. So this one works very much like a file structure in a file browser, and you have similar functionality. You can search for things here as well. You can say stat, and then you'll get everything that matches stat, and you can find an object that you're searching for that way. You can also choose a different folder, and it will only search in that subfolder with your search up here. In addition to that, you can also, instead of just searching for a name, you can also put in filters for wanting to see certain things. So if you wanted to see only static meshes, you could click here and you'll see all the static meshes under the content folder that are available here. If you want to disable this filter at any time, you can just click on it and the coloration for it will be lost. The coloration here represents what type of an object it is. And we'll get a little bit more into that later on. And in addition to that, some other things here that are good to know. This over here is essentially your breadcrumbs of the current file path that you're in. So if we were to go down here to assets, for example, you can see we have assets, which corresponds to this catalog, blueprints, which is the parent, starter content, which is the parent to that, and content, which is a parent to that. So if you want to navigate like this and just go up a folder, you can just click on it and navigate a little bit like this if you want to as well. And you can also see the other way around. If you are in the content folder like we are in here, you can see that we only have one folder here. Using the arrow here, you can see we're getting the same options here. So you can choose start the content here, you can click over here and you see what folders you have available here, and you can navigate this way as well if you want to. An example of how we can make use of our content browser now to actually put things into the world is if we go to our content folder again and we click on our static filter here, so we see all the static meshes. We can now just pick one of them, like for example this lamp ceiling over here, and then just left click and drag it out into the map, and then when we let go you can see that the object has been placed here. In this case it has placed it in the bottom here because this is actually a ceiling lamp, but changing to our translation mode where we can move things, we can actually move this up and you can see what it looks like. So that's how easy it is to put in objects into your world. Now in this case this was a lamp, so it wants to be in the ceiling, but most objects exist on the floor. So if we were to take this SM matte preview mesh, for example, which is something that's on the floor, and we drag it out, you can see that it's actually trying to put it on the floor, and when we let go you can see that it is. In case you end up with an object in the world that is floating in the air like this, you can always press the end key on your keyboard and it should be aligning it, unless I have something that's colliding with it, of course, like so. Pressing the end key will bring it down to the floor or whatever object it finds underneath it that allows it to say, I can go this far without any collisions, essentially. So that's a good way for you to get objects into the world and have them snugly against the floor easily by just pressing the end key. Now if we want to get rid of some objects, like maybe we feel that these are clunky or these are not the objects that we want to make use of, you can just select an object and press delete in the world like this and you'll get rid of it. You won't be deleting it from the project entirely, you will just be removing it from the world that we're currently playing around with here in the scene. The content browser here itself is where the objects actually are, so if you were to delete these objects, then you no longer have them available to use in your world. So it's important to understand that distinction, that deleting in the world here is not the same as deleting it in the content browser down here. Another way we can get objects into the world is by looking at our toolbar that we have up here. We will not be going through all of these things at once now. We will be focusing on this part that has the little cube here with the plus sign, which says quickly add to the project. Clicking on this, you can see that we get a few different things. We get some content, a content category here where we can get some things. And we also get some place actors grouping here where we can place some things. This here is essentially a lot of useful, basic and mundane things that you can make use of. So it's like things like lights, for example. There are a bunch of different lights that you can make use of. There are some things related to cinematics and visual effects and volumes. This one will be used a lot later on. Things like that. But you also have some simpler things like shapes and all classes here, which contain a bunch of different things that you can make use of. So if we were to go to shapes, we can go in here and we can take a cylinder, holding down the left mouse button, and you can just drag it out into the world like this. And you see that we now have a cylinder here in the world, which we can manipulate just like before. And also if we want to, we can press end and have it flush against the floor. I'm gonna delete that again now, because we don't really need that now. But this is good for you to keep in mind as well, because we will be using this a lot moving forward. Now, having placed a cylinder in the world, you can see I immediately get another category here called recently placed, where it will keep track of the things that you have done most recently, because those are the things that you most likely are going to be using again. So you don't have to go to shapes and cylinder and drag it again. You can just drag it from here and place it in like so. And it makes it a little bit more efficient if you're placing a bunch of different actors of the same type, if that is the case in some occasions. Some other things that are good to know is if we go over here to the top left in the viewport, we can see that there's this 3 bars here, which represents sort of a few different settings that we have available to us. In here we can activate a few different things or change a few different things how we want to see things. You can see things like, for example, we have a show FPS here we can click, so you can see we should get a FPS meter up here in the top right, along with how long each frame will take to render out. We can go back and hide that. We can also see that we have other things here. We can change our field of view, far plane view, screen percentage, things like that. Game view is also something that's very useful. In this case, you can see we have a lot of these icons that I spoke about earlier that represented things like lighting. If we go in here and click on game view, or alternatively use the hotkey for G, you can see that they disappear and we get to see what the world looks like if we were to actually be playing it at this point in time. Pressing G will toggle between these 2 different modes here. In addition to that, you also have a few different other things here that I don't think we will be going through. You can also do high resolution screenshots if that is of interest, but we will be moving on to perspectives now, or viewing modes rather. This is how you can perceive the world. Now, default is going to be perspective, and in the case of all of these different things, you can see that they all have, not all of them have, but those that have will show their shortcut in the right hand side here. So if you want to change to perspective or to top, you can just say Alt J and Alt G and then change between them like that if you feel like that's a more convenient way to change modes. But essentially what these are orthographic projection modes. So you can see something from the left, you can see exactly how objects are relating to the world, and you can select objects in the world like here as well, like before, and you can see that the selected object is going to be yellow, and using the same tools as we had before, you can move things around and make sure that they're snug and together and things like that. To navigate in this view, since this is a 2D projection mode of the world, you can use your mouse wheel to scroll in and out. Sorry, you can use your mouse scroll to zoom in and out. You can also hold down right mouse button to drag it around, and this is going to be the same navigation that we use in blueprints later on as well. So this is good to get a handle on early. So that is how you can change around and view things from different angles. So you can have like left and top and make sure that everything is aligned the way that you want to. For the most part, I spend my time in the perspective view like this. Next up, we have our lighting modes. Our viewing modes. I might actually have called this viewing modes. That was incorrect. This is our actual viewing. Yeah, like you see, it says here even viewing mode. This is how you can perceive the game world in different ways. So for example, now you can see that we have lit here, which is the default mode. This is essentially taking into account all of our materials and objects and lighting that we have currently and showing us what that looks like. If we were to change this to unlit, for example, it will disregard all the lighting that we have and just show us very basically how everything looks. This is a easy way to, for example, good mode to be in when you're working around with moving things in a very dark environment, for example. Then you don't want to have the lighting of the dark environment because you want to have it clear to see where you're putting everything. So having unlit mode in that case is something that's useful. Wireframe is something that allows us to see how we can see all the geometry in the world represented by their triangles and vertices and things like that. You also have things like, let's see, where is it? You have here, optimization modes. You can see things like, if we go back to lit, you can see this is what our world looks like. And if we go down to level optimization view mode and you say like complexity, you can get a sort of view mode showing you a scale. You can see the colors here representing blue or dark blue is better, and white or magenta, purple over here is bad, as it says here, extremely bad and good. So you can see how different parts in your level are performing in different aspects. So for example, this one was light complexity, but we can also change to something else like light map density or shader complexity, and then you can find things that are being problematic when it comes to performance. For example, here we can see that this statue that we have here is red, which is much worse than everything around it. And if we go back to lit mode, we can see that this is because it is actually a see-through object, a translucent object that affects the world by distorting the rays of light essentially from behind it. So those are also very good to know and play around with as well to learn. Maybe not in the beginning, but to at least know of that they're available there for you to play around with once you have started building something a little bit larger, of course. Now let's take a look at the last part here, which is the show menu. In here you can see that we have a bunch of check marks next to a bunch of different things like anti-aliasing, atmosphere, BSP, fog, decals, etc, etc. These are all different kinds of objects in the world and settings in the world, and by clicking or unclicking these you can show or hide them from your view. So if we were to, since we know we have a bunch of static meshes, if we click on the static meshes you can see that they all disappear. So this way you can exclude or include certain types of objects in the world that you want to see. And if at any point you want to go back to the default, which is this, you can just click the default up here as well. And you also have some different properties here when it comes to some more advanced things that we won't be touching right now because we're still starting out. Let us get into some more advanced functionality when it comes to manipulating objects. First off, let's work with some selections. We know how to select things by left-clicking on them, but we can also select multiple objects by holding down Control, for example, and then left-clicking on something else. Holding down Control and left-clicking on something will toggle the selection, meaning that if you click on a selected object, it will be removed from the selection, and if it is not selected, it will be added to the selection, which you can also see happening up here in the World Outliner, which of course is a one-to-one translation. So if I mark something up here, you'll see it up here, but I can also left control click something up here to add and remove it as I feel like also. They are always corresponding to each other, the world outliner and the objects in the world. Something to note here is that when we have multiple objects selected, we still have the details pane available, and you can see that it will show us all the values that are common among the objects that are selected, but the ones that are varying between objects will be showing up as multiple values, meaning that several objects have some other value that's not matching all the other objects essentially. From here we can also do something like having multiple objects. We can move them around just like we moved a single object before, and in this case you can see that when we mark one object and select another object, the gizmo will be at the last object that we select always, so it's moving around in that way. And when we're moving things around, you might notice that it's sort of choppy or staggered, the movement. That has to do with something called snapping. And snapping is on by default, and it works like this. For each of the three different modes that we have here, the translation, the movement, the rotation, and the scaling, we have a grouping corresponding to those. So this one is our translation grouping, this is our rotation movement, rotation grouping, and this is our scaling grouping. Clicking on the button that is blue will deactivate the snapping, meaning that if we move it will be much smoother. If we have it activated, it will be using the snapping unit that we have set next to it. So in this case it's defaulted to 10, but you can change it to something else if you wanted to. So you could have it as 5 and it would be half as choppy if you want to call it like that. You can also set up your own values here if you want to as well, if you want to have other defined values available. When it comes to rotation, you have the same thing. If you disable it, and then you change the rotation, it will be, actually it's still activated. If you disable it like so, it will be a smoother rotation. The benefits of this is, of course, you can get a more close value to what you want to have, but it's now difficult to get an exact value. For example, if I wanted to have it at 90, it will be difficult for me to find the exact value. You can see there we're showing the rotation. That doesn't necessarily have to be that problematic, because you can always go to these values here and adjust it to a precise number if you want to as well. But those are essentially the benefits. You can get something more precise with smooth, but it's difficult to have something exact when you're doing that. And the rotation is working in degrees instead of units. So here you have to assign which kind of degrees that you want to have the snapping work on. When it comes to scaling, it's working with 0.25s. So if we show this, that's not what I want to click. There we go. So now we're in the scaling, and you can see over here we have set it to almost 1. If we actually set this to be exactly 1, like so, we can now see that if we are increasing or decreasing this, you can see that the value is going up by 0.25 or going down by 0.25 when we're scaling. And again, disabling this will make it smoother. And if you have it enabled, you can of course have different gradings of how much you want it to scale up and down when you're doing the scaling. Yes, so now that we know that, here are some other things that are very good to know. You can duplicate objects. Actually, before we do that, let's do something that's very relevant now that I see it. Because when you click on an object like this, you see a scale. You can see that it has the axis in certain directions. If I were to change now to translation mode, you can see that the axes are slightly different. Let's actually use this one as an example. So you can see I move between scaling and translation. You can see the axes are moving slightly. This is because a scaling axis will work in your local space. Local space meaning the space of the object, so its orientation and its world view essentially. And translation is by default in global space, meaning the world's perspective. If at any point you want to change this, you have a little button up here which corresponds to a globe right now, showing that it is using the global system. Changing this, clicking it, changes it to the local system, just like the information bubble up there says. So if at any point you want to move it along the global axis, you can have that one enabled. And if you want to change along the object's own located space, then you can click up here to get that. So X, meaning the red arrow, is always going to be forward. And this is going to be consistent through objects in Unreal overall, that X is the direction you have moving forward, and Z is the axis moving upwards, and Y is moving right. And when you're on the global scale, it's not going to be like that, because the object is now referring to the global system essentially. So with that, let's move on to something else. You can, as we have covered before, click on an object, press F to focus on it, which is very good. But what else you might want to do sometimes is that you might want to have a better view of an object from a different angle. So when you have pressed F to focus, you can, by just holding down the Alt key, use your left mouse button and dragging around, and you can then get a sort of pivoting around the center or the gizmo of the object. So the gizmo here is what we're calling a pivot point. So in this case, when we're holding down R, Alt, we're pivoting around its gizmo object here, because we have used F to focus so that it is centered. And this works wherever, so you can just go and oh sorry, wrong key, and pivot around as you want to. There are times when you may want to have a pivot point at a different location. For example, you may not want to have it around the center here in this case. If you were to hold down your middle mouse button and then use one of the axes, you can see that you can actually drag the pivot point. And holding down the middle mouse button and the left mouse button and dragging it away like so will give it a temporary pivot point. If you want to now rotate around this, so we press E to rotate, you can see that it will no longer rotate around its center. It will instead rotate around the pivot point where we moved it. This pivot point, however, is temporary, like I said, so whenever we click a different object, like this chair, and then go back to this table again, you can see that, again, our gizmo has returned to the position where it was before. There are ways, of course, to change this permanently. So if you were to hold down middle mouse button and drag the pivot point away like so, and this is where you actually want to have it, you can actually right-click on the object and go to Pivot and say Set as Pivot Offset. And that's, as you see by the description, sets the current pivot location as the pivot offset for this actor. So this means that when we now click on a different object and click back, that is where the pivot point is going to be. So now we have permanently changed it for this actor. So this is not something you always or use a lot, but sometimes it can be very useful. And while we're on this topic, we can also go through that Control Z will undo things that we've done. So we had a selection of this table, we went back to the selection of this chair over here. Control Z again gets us back to this table selection, and Control Z again will now undo the pivot selection or pivot change that I just created. So the chair now has the pivot point back where it was. If we at any point want to redo something we have done already, we can press Control and Y to, or not, seems like it doesn't work anymore. Okay, it seems to work for some buffers. It depends on how much I have undone, I'm guessing. So Control Z, very good to keep track of. The next part I wanted to cover is something I use a lot, which is my duplication method, which is if you have an object in the world and you don't want to keep dragging it out from the browser or from up here from creating objects, which you of course can, you may want to at some point just duplicate an object you already have in the world. A very easy way to do this is by holding down the Alt key and using a translation tool like this and just dragging it. And the moment you start dragging, you leave a copy behind where it was and you drag a new copy to the destination where you dragged. So now we have two tables in the world here. And this works both for translation and for rotation. So if we change to the rotation tool and we rotate around the Z-axis, you can see now we get two sets of legs here. So if we change back to translation, we can move this this table away, and we can see we have created another table. So that's one way to create duplications easily. You can also do Control C to copy and Control V to paste, which will create a copy immediately where you already were. And it's not that easy to see here when you're copying because it copies over them, of course, but if you do Control C and then keep track of the world outliner here and Control V, you can see that it comes into existence. And that way you have copied another table. So that's some ways that you can use to duplicate some of your objects in your world. In addition to this and working in the world view here, we could also mark things in the top right here by clicking and control clicking to select multiple objects. You can also, if you want to, hold down Shift, so we can mark the table 5 here and hold Shift and press the top one, and you can see that we can actually select multiple objects. And this works not like Control does. This is not a operation that toggles selection. So if I were to hold down Shift and continue clicking on things, it won't actually remove them from selection. It is only about adding to a selection. This works in World as well. If we are to click on this table over here and then hold on Shift and left click over here, you can see we add an object to our selection. Holding down Shift and clicking again doesn't remove it from the selection. But this way allows you to have multiple objects added as well. So if you want to select things and don't accidentally, let's say you want to add all of these tables and this floor, and you click on the tables and holding down Control, and then you try to hit the floor here, you accidentally hit this object and it deselects it. a situation where you just want to add things and don't want to risk accidentally removing from a selection, holding down Shift is a better option, of course, because you can't actually accidentally remove things. That's something to keep in mind. Now, to briefly touch on the subject of maps or levels, what we have here is a level. And if we go up here to the top here, we can see Minimal Default Editor. This is the name of this level. If we were to go to content and we type in minimal and uncheck the static meshes, we can see minimal default. This is the level that we're currently creating here. So if I press on it and hold on Control and S, I will save the level, which means the little star go away. If you want to save everything, you click on the Save All button. I recommend you do this often to make sure you don't lose any work. But yeah, this represents a level. And a level is, you're always in a level at one point in time, and you can transition between different levels. So if we wanted to make a completely new level, we can do so. We can go to File, New Level, and we get to choose what kind of a template or base we want to work from. So if we go in here and say we want to have a basic and create, we are now in a basic new level, which doesn't have a whole lot in it. And if we press Save All, no, actually we need to go and do this. We need to go Save Current Level As, or Save Current Level should have done well as well. Because this is currently an untitled level. You can see up here untitled. And it will now ask us where we want to have this. And let's see, we have a folder called Maps, so that might be a good place to put it. So going in here, we can now say new test level, like so. And if we remove this search now and instead go to just our level folder, you can see these are all the levels that we have available. So we are currently in the new testing level, but we can go back to our minimal default level that we created earlier. We can go back to our test level like so. So it's very easy to create a level and put things into them like so. If you at some point want to have a complete copy of a map that you created, like this minimal default that we're currently working on, you can always just go and duplicate it and save that map, or you can save current map as and then choose a different name. So minimal default 2, for example. And now you can see that this is identical. You don't see any change. We can move the camera a little bit and you can see that at least it loads in the camera where we were when we went in. But yeah, so essentially now let's start talking about materials. So what are materials? Materials are essentially the skin of geometry in your world, like static meshes, like we spoke about earlier. And let's create a very simple material here. We have some material, a material folder here. And how this works is you have every object that you have will have a list of materials that you can put on them. In this case, it has an element 0, meaning it has 1. So if we were to drag something on it, like cobblestone, you can see everything here gets replaced by cobblestone. It only has the cobblestone here. Or if we take something like a metal, everything becomes metal. You can have objects which have multiple materials, which means that you can have different parts. Let's see if we find any objects that might have. This one has, so here, on this object here, you can see that it has materials 2. Maybe you don't actually see it, but it says materials 2 there in the list. So if we were to drag this object in here, you can see we have material 0 and a material, or an element 0 and an element 1, each with a separate material. So if we go back to our materials again, we can drag and drop these materials on this object, but depending on where we drop it, it will replace the material that we have over there with the material that we drag in. So if we drag in, let's say this one, and I drop it here, you can see it has overwritten element 0, but we still have one for element 1. So if we take the wooden one here and drop it over here, this is where the element 1 was, so it's covering all the other parts. Might be difficult to see, but so this part, let's take a cobble like that. So you can see that this material over here is mapped to these parts of this mesh, and the other parts of the mesh is considered part of the other material. So that's how things work. You can easily just drag and drop, or you can drag and drop them on the material like we have done, like so, or you can drag and drop them over here on the materials here to replace whichever material you want to have. Let's get a gold one, for example, over here, and replace them in that way. So there's a bunch of different ways how you can handle this. And let's get a better understanding about materials by creating a very simple one. So we'll go here to materials, and we'll create a material which we call M underscore. M is the naming convention that you can see. All of these have M underscore. It's because by naming it M, you can immediately see this asset and know that it's a material. So we can call this test material. Now, saving that and opening it up, this is what it consists of. First of all, you can see that we have this additional tab here now. Instead of up here, we can drag this around and place it somewhere in the window if we want to, or we can dock it up here. If we dock it up here, we can then easily move around the different tabs that we have. However, my preference is to always have things up here, and you can change that by going to Editor Preferences, and then going to the part where it says Asset Editor Open Location and changing from default to main window. Close that down. Now you can see that if we close this material down and open it up again, it will immediately be docked up here, along with anything else that you open up essentially. So that's just a preference of mine that I have. Anyway, moving on with the material. So what we have here is very similar to what we had before. We have a viewport here, exactly like before. And you can hold down your left mouse button to drag things around here. And this is essentially a representation of what our material looks like on an object, in this case a sphere. We can change to see it on what it looks like on a cylinder. We can change to see what it looks like on a plane. And in this case it was a one-sided one, so it doesn't show on both sides. You can change that, for example, by clicking the two-sided checkbox over here, then it will apply the material on both sides of the mesh. We'll be keeping it as it is for now. In addition to that, you can also change to a cube like we had in the, no, we didn't have a cube in the beginning, we had a sphere. You can change to a cube, and you can also change to a static mesh if you wanted to. Now in this case it says you need to select a mesh. So if we were to go to our props again, and we select this object over here, then we have a mesh, and if we go over here and click now, you can see that it will use that object as a preview. You can also hold down your middle mouse button and drag up, down, left, right to pan around if you want to. And you can also use your right mouse button to hold it, and left and right will zoom it in and out. And you can also zoom it in and out with your scroll wheel. And you can also pivot around if you want to, if you hold down. Well, it doesn't make a difference essentially, but yeah, so you can, those are the ways that you can navigate in the window. Just like we had before, we have a details pane, and this will be whatever object you have selected. In this case, we have a graph here. This is the same as it's going to be for blueprints and things like that, and it has the same navigation that I mentioned for the orthographic projection mode that we saw earlier. So mouse wheel in and out will scroll. Mouse scroll will zoom in and out, and right clicking will grab it so you can drag the graph around essentially. So these are the components essentially that a material consists of on a very basic level. So let's go back to using a sphere because it's one of the best representations when it comes to materials in general. There are of course exceptions. The most basic material we could ever make would be just a material that has a color. And you can do this in a few different ways. You can either hold down your 3 key and then left click, and that will get you a node that is of the type, what's it called? It's something vector. If we right click, we get a contextual menu allowing us to use all the different, or see all the different nodes that are available to us. If we type in vector, we should be able to find it pretty easily. Here, constant 3 vector, because you see it has 3 values here. You can see this is identical. So there are several ways you can get these nodes out, but if we just delete this one for now, this represents a color in this case. And we can use this to hook up to base color here, for example, in our test material. This means that now our color over here will be used as a base color. So we can just drag the nodes like that to connect the different functionalities. So you can see this is the result of our color black being on this sphere. We can change this color. The color here is a representation of red, green, and blue, which you can either input manually or you can just get a value from by taking the picker over here. You can see that the picker here in this case is using hue and saturation for its values. If I were to pick, for example, 1 here, you can see it will put itself immediately on the red, and it will also set these values up here. But if we go back and do this again, and I just drag around like so, you can see it uses the hues and the saturation, which is these two, or this one is not the saturation, this is the value, which is this one. But this one is the saturation, and the old value here, or old black screen here, represents the value that we had before we started changing something, and the new is the output. Nothing is being changed here right now, because our value here is going to be 0. If we increase our value here, either by dragging down here or by dragging up here, you can see that the new value changes. And as it does that, it will also affect the RGB values for our color, which will then also reflect immediately if we run around in the color picker over here. In addition to that, you can also, if you want to, make use of an eyedropper to get a color from some other place, like, I don't know, you wanted to get this gray color over here or something in the world or something like that. You can get the color from there as well in that way. So there's a lot of different ways how you can get some kind of color here, but if we were to say, like, now we make a blue color and we click OK, we have essentially made a blue color here, which we immediately see in our material here as the result. So saving this and also applying it, which automatically happens when we save, you can now use this material in the world. So if we go here to our, we have actually already, no we haven't, it just looked blue. So let's find our test material, we can now drag it over here, and you can see it now has our color here. And that is essentially how easy it is to make a material. Of course, there is a lot of depth to do with when it comes to materials. You can make a lot of very advanced things. Just to give an example, let's make something that doesn't look so perfect like this. Let's go and hold down M key for multiply. We can drag in our input there, and we can have our result come out here as base color instead. What we can do is we can get a texture, right clicking and typing in texture, we can get a texture sample. And we can, in this texture sample now, choose a texture. So if we pick something that looks black and white, sort of like this smoke tiled here, or maybe this water texture, we can use the values from this one to multiply with our blue, which will give it a combination of these two different values. So it will take each pixel and multiply it and have that as an output. So if we save now, we can see that our table now has a much funkier sort of appearance to it due to this combination of these two different nodes. Now, there are a lot of different values here that you can actually manipulate. For example, you have metallic, specular, roughness, and anisotropy, emissive color, normal, tangent, world position, etc., etc., and also some that are masked out here essentially. So depending on the properties of the material, more or less of these will be available as outputs, and many of these will determine how your material or object looks. So for example, metallic is something that determines if something looks metallic or not. So by clicking or holding down the 1 key and left clicking, we create a parameter with a 1 value, which is a value just a float. So metallic is either true or false essentially. You can have it something else, but it should essentially, for most cases I think, have either 0 or 1. So if we plug in 0, which I believe is the default for this one, it will look no different at all. It will still, although this doesn't actually reflect in the material until we have actually saved or applied, so that the material compiles. But this is what it looks like. If we, however, go in here and say that this value should be 1 and compile. It might not be very visible here. Hopefully it will be here. Actually, it's not that visible either. Let's do it like this. Let's unhook this and have it so only the color goes through. So this is what the ball looks like when it is set as metallic. And if we do a 0 here, you can see it has a different feel and look to it. And this goes for the other parts here as well. So if you have a specular, for example, let's do this. We set it back to 1, so it's a metallic now. And if you hook this up to specular, it will have a different shine to it. Roughness will determine how rough it looks. So 1 meaning it's very rough, so now it doesn't reflect the highlights as much as it did before. So if we press 1 and hold left click and hook it up again to roughness, this means it will be a completely shiny ball, so it reflects everything like a mirror ball essentially. So there are a lot of different things you can do here with a material to make it look really nice, and you can do some really advanced computations with it. Something that's usually pretty fun to do is something like, let's make another color and let's unplug all of these. And let's make a color that is, let's say, bright green. Now, these values go 0, 1, and 0, or almost 0. We can make it 0. So now we have a completely green color. But we're not actually limited to having it to 1. We can have it beyond 1 if we want to as well. So if we were to have 50 here, this will actually make it a stronger green color. And this will become apparent when we hook this up to our emissive color here. Emissive color is essentially an object that doesn't need to have light shown upon it to be able to see it and see its colors and such. So it's essentially like a self-illuminated object. So dragging this into the emissive color, you can immediately see we get something that looks sort of like a lightsaber effect. It's a very bright green. And to show what effect this has, if we drop this down to 10, you can see that it's going to be less bright. Dropping it down to 2, even less bright, and then 1, it's not going to be that bright at all anymore. It's still going to be showing as green and not needing light to be seen in the world, but it's not going to be as bright as a 51, for example. So now if we save this and we go back to our table, you can see that we have a lightsaber table now essentially, which is also showing off its coloration and light on the objects around it as well in reflections. Let's go through another example of how you can make use of materials. So we go to the materials and let's create something that's more like brick. So down here in the content browser, we don't have to drag in textures like I did here by right clicking and typing in texture. You can also, that's not how we type texture. Anyway, you can also just go here to the content browser and find textures. So if we go and filter on texture, you can see these are all the textures that are available to us. And we can just take one of these and let's dock it so we have it available here. That's not exactly how I wanted it. Can we? There we go. Okay, so now I can just drag objects here. So if I have this brick I wanted, for example, I can drag it out here and you can see that we get a texture sample node just like before here, but it is pre-populated with the texture that I had already chosen. So what we can do here is, instead of having our emissive, let's just drag all of this stuff away for now. We can hook up our brick here and you can see that we immediately get brick. So if we go in here and save, go back to our table, you can see that we now have a brick table instead. Now the brick table also, in this case, you can notice that maybe I'm a bit too fast with the camera. If you want to change the camera speed, you can go up here and change it to be lower or higher. So if we can get it to 2, you can see we have much more precision when it comes to moving around. This texture, you can see, however, is completely flat. We don't see any, except for, of course, this roundness in the table. We don't have any sense of depth in this at all. You can fake this in materials. There is this brick clay has a brick clay new _n, which stands for normal. If we drag out that material and hook it up to normal, it will be making use of this texture to fake a sort of depth where the grout is between the different bricks in here. You might already be able to see it in here. If you check along the lines here, you can see that it is completely flat, but when you check from this angles here, it does look like there actually is some indentations. So if we save and we go in here, you can see now it looks like it actually has some depth in it. So that's another way that materials can be used to give some life into different things that you want to create. Now, other things here, while we're on the parts of nodes, since we are already here, if you want to connect something, you just drag with a left mouse button like this. And if you want to disconnect something, you can just hold down Alt and left click to disconnect something. It works on either the source or the destination if you do that. In addition to that, you can also, if you hold down Control and then left click, you can hook onto a node, so you can actually drag it from one place to another if you want to. So it gets a very rough, weird looking texture now as a consequence. So those are some basics of how you can manipulate the nodes in between different, or sorry, the connections between different nodes. This will be useful also moving forward. Let's actually put this back for now to our normal, like so. And yeah, so that's some of the basics when it comes to materials, at least. Now that we have a basic understanding of materials, at least, let's talk a little bit about what master materials are and what material instances are. So a master material is essentially when you create a material that is able to be used for multiple different things. And you can parameterize some of the nodes inside of the material so that you can have one master material and then have a bunch of different variations of it in material instances that all look very different. So as an example, we can open up our test material over here. And in this case, we have a texture sample here for a texture and a texture sample for our normal. To make use of this, what you can do is you can right click on it and convert it to a parameter, and then you can name this to say texture, for example. Then you can do it on the other one as well, and you can convert it to a parameter and say that this is the normal texture. Now we have two parameters here, and if we save, we can go out to our material and we can say we want to now create a material instance. So this test material is now our master material. So material instance, in this case, we will have a prefix of mi for material instance, and then we'll say other material. Opening this up, you can see that it doesn't have the same look. It looks the same here when it comes to material, but everything else looks different. That's because all of the nodes here are essentially encapsulated in the master material, and the material instance only has available to itself the parameters that we have exposed, which are these two, and the general information that is available to a material. So in this one, we can go and say that we want to click this checkbox here, meaning that we are able to override this now. We can open up our content browser and we can say that instead of the material we had before, we want to, for example, have our, let's see, do we have one here? We have a cobblestone rough, for example. So we can replace this one, drag it up here, drop it. So now we have instead cobblestone. You can see that it looks very, very bad, and that's because it's using the normal map of the other texture, which doesn't actually match this texture. So we can also overwrite that one, so overwrite the normal texture. And then since this one was called cobblestone rough, we can find the cobblestone rough _n, which stands for normal. We'll drag that one in and we can see that it looks better now. So now it looks like it has the depth that corresponds to the different grooves inside of this texture. So doing this, we can now do the following. We can use this material just like any other material, and we can just drag and drop it, and you can see that it will replace the table with that material now. The nice thing about material instances, however, is that you can dynamically change them and get the result immediately. When we're working with a master material. Any changes that we do that we want to see reflected in the world, we need to compile the material for to be able to see that. That is not true when it comes to material instances. So if we were to unhook this material instance, like so that we can see it over here, while still also having the table over here, we can see that we can go into our content drawer over here and we can immediately go and find something else. Let's see, instead of the cobblestone rough, we can take the cobblestone pebble and we'll drag it in here. And you can see that immediately the texture updates here. Then we'll find the normal for it as well, drag it up in here, and you can see that we now have a nice texture for it. And this can be done in a lot of different ways. We can, for example, if we want to have our roughness be determined by a value like this, where 1 is going to be very rough or 0 is going to be not at all, it's going to be completely slick, which means it's like going to be like it's looking like wet bricks essentially. This can also be converted to a parameter. So we can say this is our wetness or something like that. And we can set this to be default value 1. A better value or a better name here would be roughness, because that's actually what we're changing here. But just to show it off, you can now see that we have a wetness parameter available here. And if we again do the same thing, we unhook this so we can see this at the same time. You can see that we can just override this value and set it to 0, and it will be updated over here. Now it doesn't show super well, I would say, but you can see there are changes as we change this value around for the material, and it updates immediately because it's on a material instance that we're actually changing. From here, let's go explore something else. Let's go to the map that we created, the new test level map, like so. And let's play around a little bit with some assets. So Epic with Unreal Engine acquired a company called Quixel Megascans, which is completely free to use if you're using Unreal Engine. So that is, among others, a large library of assets and materials, blueprints, and other things that they have available. And let's actually make a, let's go to, this is fine actually. So to access this, we can go to Window and Quixel Bridge. And you can access it here, or you can go and just right click in a folder and you can go add Quixel content from here. And you get to the same place. And essentially here you need to log in to get access to these things. So you need to create an account or log in with your Unreal account if you prefer that. Once you're logged in, you are free to peruse and use all of the assets that they have available here. So you can either look for 3D assets if that's what you're after in different categories and styles, or you can look for things like surfaces, decals, imperfections, plants. There is a whole abundance of things that you can get here. For our purposes, let's go get some no, we don't want surfaces. Let's go for 3D assets, and let's go for nature perhaps. And no, let me find some. Okay, so I just typed in Nordic in addition to what was already written here, and I got some assets here that seem like something we can make use of. So if we scroll down a bit here, you can see that we have a bunch of different rocks and trees and assets of that nature. And here we have something called a large Nordic coastal cliff, for example. So what you can do here is you can choose to download these. So you can choose a quality here, which will be determining first off their quality. So that means like their textures and their fidelity quality-wise as an asset. So the higher quality, the more space it will take. You can also, with Unreal Engine 5, choose to have it Nanite enabled immediately. So we're going to be choosing that, which will mean that we will be getting the highest quality, and it will be enabling it as a Nanite mesh inside of Unreal Engine. So the first step is to click on download, which will start downloading the mesh. And we will, in addition to that, be getting some other of these assets. So we can get this Nordic beach rock, for example, get it as a Nanite one. And let's go get something like this Nordic beach boulder, for example. So downloading all three of these assets will return once they're done. All of these assets are now downloaded, and all we need to do now is click on the add button, and what will happen is it will be downloading it and putting it in the content browser of the project that you currently have open. So if we click plus or add on all three of these and then minimize it, you can see that we have now here a new folder under content which says Megascans. And inside of Megascans here, you can see we have 3D assets, and we have these 3 folders for each of these different objects that we decided to download. So let's just drag these out into the world first. So like so, and so. Okay, so we have 3 very different objects here. One is very small, looks like rocks, and one very large cliff, and we have another third cliff, which if we rotate a little bit, you can see it looks a little bit weird from some angles. That is because some assets are made to only be viewed from one direction, meaning this is not a side. Let me actually increase the camera a little bit. This side here is not meant to be viewed, which means that there is no material that's being applied to this side, which is why we're just seeing parts of materials every now and then. This is a piece of cliff that's supposed to be viewed from this angle only, essentially. And that's a pretty common behavior when it comes to assets. So with this, let's actually just build something very simple to see how you can make use of this to produce a scene. So let's create an indoor sort of rock scene where we have sort of like a cave, and just using these assets and what we have learned earlier, how we can make that come to life. So to begin with, we want to duplicate this, so we'll use our ability to hold in Alt and drag and drop. And then we can rotate it a little bit and place it in a way so we have sort of like a cave-like entrance. Or not cave-like entrance, a cave opening, so to speak, on the inside. Like so, and then we can just add one more over here, like so. Okay, so from the inside here now you can see that we have what could possibly be considered a cave. However, we don't have a roof and we don't have a floor currently. So let's make use of this other asset and put that one into position. And what we can do is we can be very frivolous about how we are actually making use of this. We can scale this in a lot of dimensions, making it look very stretched out and much larger than it is originally supposed to be. And we can make some duplicates of this one as well. So we can bring it like so. Just so we have something that essentially covers our structure here now. So now you can see that we sort of have a start of a cave here. We still have some issues with some light here that's bleeding through. And we will deal with the lighting in a little bit. For now, let's actually also bring down... This is one of those moments where you might want to go into unlit so you can see what it looks like on the inside here. And let's actually bring one of these objects that we have for our roof and bring it down. And let's create a floor out of it as well. And we'll just make it easy for ourselves and copy the mesh a bunch of times. Just so we have something that covers the whole floor so it looks sort of stone-like. And then you can also make sure that you rotate the meshes a little bit so they don't look completely uniform in their appearance and stuff like that. And scaling them slightly will also make it so that they look more like they belong. And now if we go back to lit, this is what we currently have. Okay. So let's take a look at what we can do with our lighting. Actually, before we do that, let's make it so that we have a much smaller cave entrance. So maybe something like this. Yeah, like that should be good. Okay. In addition to that, we want to also bring some of these objects around a little bit so we can block out the light, since the backsides there don't actually prevent any light from going through. Let's change this to local, something like that. So as you will know from game development, a lot of it is really about cheating. Now, this is a little bit quick and dirty, but it's mainly to show how we can make use of the things that we have learned. And I will want to have one more wall here, or roof part here at least, like so. Okay. So, how can we make this look into a pretty interesting scene? Well, a lot comes down to lighting actually. But before we do that, we have everything in lighting here, that's good. Okay, so discussing Nanite a little bit. These meshes here now have been brought in from Megascans and we have them Nanite enabled. What does that mean? Well, if you go to a mesh, in this case I just picked one of the 3 meshes that we have, you can see that we have something called Nanite settings. So this is the asset manager for a static mesh. Inside of this one you can see the Nanite settings, and one of the most important parts, or the most important part, is enabling Nanite support. This means that this is a Nanite mesh, and you do this on a static mesh basis essentially. So it's from mesh to decide that. A Nanite mesh is essentially a way to have levels of detail be handled by Unreal Engine itself. You don't have to have LODs, as they are called, which is handling different levels of fidelity depending on the level you are to the mesh. And an easy way to see this is if we go to Nanite visualization over here. We can click on overview, then we get a bunch of different screens showing different things. What we essentially have here is, if you check over here on these 2 here with clusters and triangles, you can see how they're sort of changing depending on the distance that you have. Let's actually take one of these specific one. Let's take the triangles one. So you can see it has a bunch of triangles and it changes a little bit as we're moving in and out, and it's like reforming different parts, and the further we are, the less triangles are actually made here, so it's easier to render. So the closer we get in, the more triangles we get and the more fidelity we get. So that's essentially what Nanite is in a nutshell. So that's why that is so awesome. This allows us to make use of a lot of very high triangle count assets without paying the price of performance for them. Of course, many of those meshes will still take a lot of size in disk space, but there are ways to work around that as well. For now, what we want to do is we want to get rid of all the lights here, like so. So now we have a completely dark scene, like so. And what we want to do here is we go to Window and we go to Environment Light Mixer. And from here we get the option to add different parts easily to make use of. So if we want to have a skylight, we just click Create Skylight, Atmospheric Light, we click that, Sky Atmosphere, Volumetric Cloud, and Height Fog. And you can also change settings on these as you add them if you want as well. But that's basically the base components of what you want to have when it comes to light. And if we, let's see here if I can find them. I should have been good and put them in this folder immediately. Skylight, Sky Atmosphere. We can also go to Move To and send it to a folder. Why is our folder not showing up? Volumetric Cloud. There we see lighting, Sky Atmosphere, and Skylight. Move to lighting. So now we have everything in a folder, all good and neat. So out of the box, this is what that looks like, which is pretty similar to what we had before. I'm not entirely sure what the starting scene had as settings, but this gives us a very good start to start off from, essentially. We'll take a moment to talk a little bit about Lumen. Lumen is the new global illumination system that is available in Unreal Engine 5. And global illumination is essentially just the idea of trying to mimic real light, which is light hits a surface with a certain color, then that surface color will be brought to the next part where the light bounces, and colors will essentially be painted by light that it has hit in its movement throughout the world. And this has generally been pretty expensive, but Lumen is a very affordable performance-wise alternative that is available in Unreal Engine 5. And it should be set by default, but if it is not, or if you are starting from a project that doesn't have Lumen enabled, what you can do is you can go to your project settings for the project that you're currently in. We can then scroll downwards here on the left hand side and we should find a category called rendering, and inside of here we should be able to find global illumination over here. So you can see here by default it is set to Lumen in here. You also have reflections, and you want to have reflections method Lumen as well if you want to use Lumen. And yeah, this all looks good to me. So I think this is all fine. So this is one of the things that you need to make sure that you have. In addition to that, we also want to have a post-processing volume. And if you are looking for something specific but you don't know where it is, you just know the name, you can always go in here into all classes. And while you're in here, you can just type something. So typing post from me, for example, will bring me up post-processing volume, and I can just drag it out into the world. And let's see, where did it go? Post-process volume. I do not see where it ended up, but it's not a big deal. So on this post-process volume, we want to set up some things as well. Step one on the post-process is that we want it to affect the whole world. And there is a setting here if you search for infinite, I believe it is. Yes. So infinite extent means that the post-process will work on the whole world. Otherwise, it will only work within the limitations of the volume that you have created. So if I press F here to focus on it, you can see, it might be difficult to see maybe with the blue background, like so. You can see this box would be what would be containing the effects of the post-process volume if it was not unbound, essentially. Next up, I want to double check our directional light to make sure that it is set to movable. Yes, it is. And this is also important if you're making use of Lumen like we are going to do. Next we'll do the same for skylight, and we'll set that one to movable if it is not. And we'll also click in real-time capture, and this is essentially getting all the light from the environment in the background here, making it work as a sort of passive light as well to the environment. So this is a good start. Now what we can do is we can make sure to have the light come from an angle we want. By using Ctrl and L we can actually get this widget which allows us to move the sunlight around and come from a direction where we want it to be. So if we wanted to have it something like from there, for example, means it's up there, then this is the kind of lighting that we would get. And maybe in here as well we want to put something very simple like a... Okay, we have auto exposure on. You can see here if we're in the dark and we're looking around, we get a very dark sense, but if we go out, it changes between dark and light a little bit, sort of like an eye. If we go to our post-process volume, we should be able to fix this. Exposure, I guess. Let's see here. There they are. Minimum brightness and maximum brightness. If we override these values and set them to 1, they won't be changing between them, and we shouldn't be getting that transitional effect. Seems to be gone. Yes, so let's go to unlit, and let's just place a small little object here to work as sort of an artifact. So we can go to some basic shape. Let's take a sphere. Let's bring it out here. Something like that. And we can use our special material that we used earlier. Actually, we changed that one. Let's duplicate this and say m underscore artifact light. And we will just bring back what we had before here as our base color, which was our very bright glowing. Actually, we don't want it as base color, we want it as emissive color. And maybe not as strong as 50, let's have it as 20 maybe. Let's see what that looks like. And then we can go in here and place this material on this sphere. And then we can go to lit mode, and this is what we will be getting. So now we have this ambient feeling in here of green, which is reflecting and sending light in between the walls, while this light is also trying to find its way in here to give a little bit of light in here as well. As a finishing touch, we could also just make sure that we have some ground assets that is actually covering all the way out to the entrance, so that it looks pretty good from the inside as well. So if we were to stand in here and looking out, it would look okay as well. Something to think about is what has been done here isn't best practice. This is more like a quick show of how you can make use of Nanite assets to quickly just create a little scene for you, and how that works. You want to avoid overlap when it comes to Nanite meshes as much as possible, because that can be costly when it starts getting a little bit much. There are Nanite tools that can show you things like overdraw, and you can get a feeling of how bad or how good it is depending on the scene. Also, something interesting to note here is that this object over here is black, and that is because this object over here is not a Nanite mesh. something to note of as well. So this one will not be affecting global illumination through Lumen in this state. So you want to probably make sure that you have all Nanite meshes as well if you're making use of that. Yeah, but in addition to this, let's actually make a little easy clip of this as well to show how that is done. To achieve this, we would go up here in the top and we will go to Cinematic and create a Cine Camera Actor. The Cinema Camera Actor is what's going to be essentially capturing what is happening. And we want to get a view of this part, let's say. So we can click on the Cinema Camera Actor with the right click. We can choose to snap object to view. That means, sorry, let's see here. Snap view to camera. That was the wrong one. I always get those wrong. So you right click and choose snap object to view. That means that the camera actor will place itself where you are currently placed. So if we wanted this view to be where we have the camera, then that's what it does. And then we want to create a level sequence. So we go up here, add level sequence, and we choose a folder to have that in. So let's create a and just save it in there. We can now drag in our Cinema Camera Actor into our sequence in here, so it will exist in this track. So inside of here we can now make a very simple animation. First off, we might want to change some of the settings on the camera. Let's see. So let's remove our exposure over here and let's see lens settings. Let's try a 30mm. So this is what we will be capturing with this. We can adjust how we want it to look, get it into a position where we're happy with it, maybe something like that. And now we want to keep this really, really simple. So we just want the camera to pan a little bit essentially, and that is part of transform. So when you're making video sequences, you're keyframing different parts that you want to change. So at frame 0, which is where we're starting over here, we want to set a keyframe for our transform for our camera, meaning that this is where it should be starting. And we can then go to, let's say, second 120 frames at 30 frames per second. That means second 4. We can say that we want to be over here or something like that. And since we're piloting the camera now, this is the position that it will be translating. So if I choose to do another keyframe, this is what it will be going through. So now we can scrub through this and can see what the result of this animation essentially will be. So now let's just set up something simple so we can have this play actually. So we'll go to over here and we, on this button over here which says list of world blueprints, and we have something called the open level blueprint. Inside of here we just have some basic blueprinting. We haven't touched this yet and we will be keeping this very simple for now, but what we can do here is we can go and find our level sequence and mark it and go into our level blueprint and then right click, and you can see we can get a reference to a new level sequence. Dragging off from that, we can just say play, and we can hook it up to start on begin play. This means that whenever we put or press play now here, which is how you start playing the game, it will start playing this sequence in the beginning. So if we go out somewhere and just press play, you can see that it does this whole cinematic that we have created in a very simple way. So that's how you can set up something very, very simple like this. And we'll get back to blueprints a little bit more and take a closer look at that. Let's close some things out here. Sure. But yeah, so very basic example of how you can make use of some Nanite, some Lumen, and make a little bit of a short clip for it for you to play, essentially. Alright, now that we have gotten a little bit of a taste of a lot of different things, let's actually move on to one of our first big modes. So up here in the top left you can see this is our toolbar. We haven't talked about it a whole lot. We now just for the first time talked about the play button. We have went into the level blueprint and we've done a level sequence and we created some things here. But we also have this drop down which represents the different modes we have available in our Unreal Engine. Clicking on it, we get to see we have a select mode, that is the mode that we have been in so far, which allows us to select different assets in the world. We also have a landscape mode, foliage, mesh paint, modeling, fracture, brush editing, and animation. So let's start going through these a little bit. So let's actually create a new map, and let's click stop piloting this actor, and we'll go to our content browser, and we will go to our maps folder if I can find it. There we go. Maps. And let's duplicate this. We'll just do a save current level as. And we'll call this our landscape level that we're going to be doing now. So we can see some contrast of some things. That is fine. Can clear that. It should probably have been, it's probably complaining, yeah, never mind, it is fine. We will be actually, let's delete these. The cinema camera we don't need anymore. And this level sequence on this level we don't need. Which also complained about the level blueprint over here not being called anymore because it's unknown, so we'll remove that. And so now when we're clicking play, nothing is actually happening here, which is because we removed everything. Okay, so what is a landscape? Well, everything that we've been working with so far are meshes. So this floor here, for example, is a mesh, and I can delete it if I wanted to. When you want to create large areas of land or terrain, you tend to want to use a landscape mode, which is this mode over here. The landscape mode allows us to create a large area of terrain, which you can either create manually by sculpting tools, or you can load in a height map, for example, which has a predefined terrain to it already. And it's fairly simple. When we create a map here, or a landscape, we get to choose if we want to import from file or create new here. And we can also have some layers and materials here. We don't need to assign these, we can assign these later. So that's fine. And then you can also determine different things, like if we choose different types of section size here, you can see that each of these grids will contain different amounts of squares. So you can increase or decrease the fidelity and the size of the landscape. And you can also change the number of components. So 8 instead of 8 we can have 6, and you'll see that that changes the amount of large squares that we have available in the 2 dimensions that we're currently working. And the overall resolution here is determined by the section size. It's calculating that from that. In addition to these, of course, if we have 8 of these, it's a multiplicative calculation. So once you feel like you have a size that you're happy with, all you really need to do to have it created is to click the create button, and you get your landscape. If you have chosen a material to begin with, it will have that material upon creation. In our case here, we just have this placeholder material. If we go and you can see here, I have selected a part of the landscape, one of these tiles right now, and you can see that we have a world grid material, which is a basic test material or default material essentially. An important thing to note though is that normally in the past landscapes have been essential when it comes to creating large terrains, large area terrains. This is not essentially true anymore in Unreal Engine 5 because you can, if you want to, completely avoid it altogether by using Nanite meshes instead as your terrain. Now of course that might be a little bit more cumbersome to create because you either want to create large groupings of meshes to form different terrains or something like that, when in a landscape mode you would easily just get a large area and then you can sculpt from it. But it's just to point out that landscapes are not essential anymore if you don't want to have it, but having it could be useful, or having a combination with it and meshes is also an option when it comes to creating a larger world. Our landscape is an actor in the world just like most other things, and you can see it out here in the world outliner. So if you click on it, you can see that it gets selected, and we now have our landscape over here with its different components and information. And here you also see the landscape material if you wanted to change that. So currently we just have a default material chosen, but if we were to go in here and say we wanted to have bricks beveled, then everything will be turned into beveled bricks, and you can see that if we go in close, that is exactly what we have here now. With this in place, let's look at the different tools that you have available to you. So first off, you see that we have changed from the manage section where we were before, where we can still go in and select different areas if we wanted to in the landscape, and we can add and delete and move and resize and use splines. Splines are essentially lines you can draw in the world which you can then curb in different ways and make use of for different things like rivers or roads and things of that nature. In the sculpting category here now, we have a bunch of different tools where we can manipulate how our landscape is supposed to look. The first one is sculpt, which allows us, if we left click and hold down the mouse button, you can see that it will, as we move around, alter the terrain and make it so that it rises. You can also hold down shift to use that to create indentations downwards also. And how this works is you have this selector, which is these two circles that we see that are currently adapting to the landscape I have overlaying on. And it's showing you a few things. It's showing you the brush size. So if we change the brush size over here, you can see that the tool becomes smaller. We also have something called a brush fall off, and that affects the inner circle there you can see in the screen. So the less you have of a fall off, the more sharp the edges will be. In this case it became very, very sharp and even a bit jagged because it's not very smooth in the translation. So raising this a little bit, you can see that it becomes less so. So playing around with these different settings is what you need to do if you want to have like a good precision when it comes to creating your landscape. Also, when going around in a landscape and playing around with that, you might want to change your camera speed also to something so that you're moving around a little bit faster. If you're getting situations where you have terrain where it's not very smooth, you can always go to the next tool, which is the smooth tool, and you can use that to smooth things out like so. Going back to our sculpt tool, we have a few other things that we need to look through, and it's also tool strength. So tool strength will affect how strong it will be when you're left clicking. So the higher strength, the more aggressive it will be when it's actually trying to sculpt the landscape. You also have brush sizes or brush types. So this allows you to essentially affect the terrain with different decals or different shapes, so you can alter the world in that way. And you can see here that it's currently using a texture here, and this represents, I'm not entirely sure if it's visible, but you can see when we're holding it like this, that this is the texture it's using. So when I left click here, everything that is in the white area will be raised. Everything in the black area will be ignored. And you can also change these to other textures if you had them or made them yourself, of course. Next up, we have a different brush. We have a pattern brush. And what this is similar to that one. We have the same texture here, but you can see that as I move the mouse around, it is as if the texture is overlain on the landscape. And that's exactly what it's doing. It's using the pattern on the whole landscape, and only on the places where it's white, it will be racing from this brush, and you can't affect the positioning like you could with the previous brush, which is called an alpha brush. You do have a bunch of settings here, of course. We won't be going through all of them, but if you want to play around with them, you can see that there are some of them that we have matched before, like the brush size and fall off, but you also have texture rotation, so you can affect how this one looks. Like, for example, you can see that it's spinning around a little bit in the background there when I move this around. So you have options here to affect it a little bit in that regard as well. The last brush available in the sculpt is the landscape component. Now in this case you can see that it is actually marking out complete squares that we had earlier. So if we were to left click now, you can see that it will raise complete regions essentially. So that is what that one does. Again, you can affect the tool strength if you want to. You can also change the brush size so it encompasses more than one component at a time if you wanted to as well. Next up is the smooth, which we have already touched upon a little bit. And now with the knowledge that we have from the other parts, you can see that there is a lot of commonality here. We have the brush fall off, we have the brush size, we have detail of the brush, we have some filter kernels. These are different or unknown from previous, but you still see that we have a tool strength if you want to be a little bit more gentle with brushing and making the smooth corners and objects a little bit less invasive. So if you want to be gentle, you have a low value. If you want to be harsh, you get a high value, and so on. You can also see that we have the brush types. So again, alpha brushes allows us to smooth on the areas where the alpha brush allows us, so the white regions according to the texture that we have selected. We have a pattern brush, which again works like the whole landscape. So you can see pattern brush tiles a mask image across the landscape, identical to the one that we saw on the sculpt section. So there is a lot of overlap in the functionality here. Another thing that's very handy that you can use all throughout Unreal Engine, but we haven't really touched upon, is when you have changed a default value of something, like for example the tool strength here, or the brush size, or the brush fall off, you can see that there is an arrow that appears next to these values. If you at any point want to go back to whatever the default value was of something, you can just click on this and you'll get that default value. You can see that it works on pretty much everything. You can see here our landscape that we made out of the brick clay. We can reset that one and it will go back to the none that it had to begin with as well. Very useful to keep in mind. And yes, with that, let's go to our next object, which is flatten. So flatten works a little bit different from everything we've done so far. Flatten allows you to do something like plateaus and such things. So if you have, for example, you have this hill here and you feel like you wanted it to extend a little bit so you could get sort of a plateau for a house or something like that. What it does is that once you press down left click, it will take the height that you were currently at, and everything that you drag out to now will have that height when it creates terrain essentially. So if you press it somewhere high up, you'll create terrain high up. If you press it somewhere where it's low, it will create there. And if you press it in a slope or something, it will get whatever height that you're actually pressing at and then allow you to create some landscape on that level. So that's how the flatten works in short. Now there is some granularity here and some options for configuration. So if we go back to our smooth tool and just smooth things out a little bit, so we have the option to do some things here. We can also sculpt up a little bit, I guess. Let's go to the default one and we'll maybe give it a little bit more strength. Something like that, perhaps. Going back to flatten now, you can see that we have a flatten mode here, and when both it says that flatten may both raise and lower values, but you also have options for raise, which will make it so that flatten will only raise values and everything above something will be left unchanged. So if we were to choose this, for example, and press over here, you can see that everything is being raised to a certain point, or maybe it's not that clear to see actually. But there it might be a little bit clearer. So you can see here, I pressed over here before when we did flatten with both. Let's demonstrate it over here. You can see that it has both raised the lower parts and it lowered the top parts, just essentially crushing down the landscape on top. This raise version here allowed you to not touch everything that was above the values, meaning that it would just be extending outwards from it, which probably gives a little bit of a natural look. This is a little bit more destructive. Essentially, similarly, you have a lower version where you will just do the opposite. You will lower the top part and then keep the lower part and then allow it to align in that way. And then you have also flatten to the closest specific terrace interval at the clicked point. This one is essentially like the first one, but I feel this one is a little bit more abrasive personally. Terrace one, flatten to specific terrace height level, and this one is something that I never use, so I'm not entirely sure how this one works. It doesn't seem to actually be doing anything, maybe that's why I never use it. Yeah, anyway, so you have some configurability when it comes to this at least, to manage your flattening tools. And like you see here, you have some overlap again with the different pattern brushes. And you can also affect how the brush fall off is supposed to be. If it's supposed to be smooth, sharp, spherical, or tip fall off, as it's apparently called. So you can get different feels for the different flattenings that you perform with the brush types. The next sculpting tool is the ramp. The ramp works in such a way that you create a bridge between two different points. So if you wanted to have a ramp between this point, you left click here and you get a little marker for it. Then you can click over here and you have a second marker. Now you have essentially an invisible bridge that's going between here. You are able to alter these positions if you want to have a slope bridge in some form, to align it to your landscape as you want to. And once you feel like it's in a good place, all you need to do is click add ramp and it will create landscape terrain between those 2 points. So that's how that works. And you also have some ability to change the width and the fall off, and also you can of course go back to this and smooth it out afterwards if you feel like that is needed, for example, and then make it a little bit more organic. But that's essentially what the ramp tool does. Next up we have erosion. So this is essentially, like it says, it's erosion. It's like the landscape has eroded over time for different reasons, like water has made parts of the landscape deteriorate and fall down. And here you have, I find that using this tool, you probably want to have a pretty low tool strength. You also have other parameters like threshold here, which determines the differences necessary for erosion to happen, surface thickness, iterations, and noise mode to give it like randomness in different ways, and also noise scale, so essentially the strength of the noise. This, in addition to your brush size and your fall off, will allow you to have certain effects where it feels like the landscape has sort of started to crumble together. This can give your landscape, it's sort of like a type of smoothing tool, but it has a different flavor, so to speak, and setting these settings to something that you feel is good is a very personal taste, in my opinion. Next is the hydro, which is actually specifically the erosion caused by water and rainfall. Now I find that this one is usually a little bit more gentle towards the landscape. If you use it around, you can see that its effect is more gentle and not as abrasive. So this one you can use if you want, if you feel that the erosion tool is too aggressive when it comes to trying to erode your landscape. But it's a matter of playing around with the parameters mostly, I find also. You have a lot of flexibility when it comes to these. The problem I find when it comes to landscapes in general is that it's all very destructive. You don't have a whole lot of ways. If you change something in the landscape and you feel like, oh no, it's completely broken now, you can always go back with pressing Ctrl Z and undoing something that you have done. But if you at any point go too far, or you're saving something that you have created and then you realize that you've messed something up, you don't have the ability to like go back and have it be undone at that point, which is a point that we will be talking about a little bit soon. But that's essentially the negative of landscape sculpting in general. Just to keep in mind that it is a destructive process. There is no way to like undo something that you have broken if you don't change it back immediately when you're actually doing it. Next up is noise. Noise is essentially just introducing randomness. It is the ability to have something that's random or semi-random as far as computers allow you, to make things not look as symmetrical perhaps. And you also have the ability here to have both raising and lowering, or just raising or just lowering. And essentially here you can just put a strength that suits you, and then you can go around and you can see that it will be randomly raising and lowering different things a little bit, which can give you a little bit of randomness if that is something that you're after in your map. And this is something that's pretty common across all game development and Unreal in and overall. Noise is very useful for all kinds of things, like materials or drawing a lot of blanks, like Niagara, for example. The visual effects system in Unreal Engine, there's a lot of different parts where noise is actually a useful tool to make something look a little bit more random and not as static as it actually might be behind the scenes. And that's pretty much it when it comes to landscaping for the sculpting, because the other options here are pretty advanced for most part. When it comes to retop here, which is adjusting the landscape vertices, and you also have visibility, which is where you can sort of mask out parts of the landscape, but we can't do that because we don't have layers currently, so that won't be working. But essentially you can make openings in the landscape, since it's essentially a flat surface that you've just like realigned in different areas. If we go under it, it might be a bit clearer. It's a little bit hard to see because we don't have a material that is two-sided, but maybe if we choose bricks, and if we go also, if you want to navigate to something in Unreal Engine, this little magnifying glass next to a folder is always good, so you can click and you can go to the object immediately and you can see it. So if we were to go now, I went to the material and I can say use two-sided, for example, and if I were to save it now, we should be able to see the landscape from beneath as well. So you can see this is what it looks like. So here you can actually see what we have done. We have been raising and lowering different parts of the landscape, so it looks sort of like a, I don't know, a sponge or something like that. And if you were to change visibility, you would essentially make a hole in the landscape. And purposes for that would be something like if you want to have a cave, for example, you might want to have a break in the landscape so you can have a cave. That's just one instance of it. Now that we have gotten our feet wet when it comes to working with landscapes and doing it in a destructive way, meaning we can't just revert to what we had previously, Let's take a look at Landmass, which allows us to create things in a non-destructive way when it comes to landscapes. So let's create a new map. We'll call it Landmass. That's too many S's. And then let's take a look at how that works. So here we are with an empty level. So let's start creating again from scratch. First, let's get some lights. So we'll go to Edit, Environmental Light Mixer, and we'll add everything here except for Create Atmospheric Light 1. Now we have some light. Let's go to Landscape mode. In here, we can choose to have a material if we want to and if we have one. It's not super important, however. And we just essentially want to make sure that we have enable edit layers. This will be important for when it comes to doing landmass things, because it requires layers to be able to have this non-destructive approach to it. So once we have the settings we like here, we can just click create. Next up, we want to make sure that we have the proper plugin. So if we go to plugin and we type in Landmass, you can see that there's a Landmass plugin here. In this current version of the engine, it is in a beta stage. So it will probably change a little bit in the future, but make sure that you have this one checked in. And if you don't, it will require you to restart the engine at this point. So in landscape mode now, we have another function here we have available in Blueprint, it says. So if we click Blueprint over here, you can see that it shows us some layers. So we can leave the first layer here untouched just to have it differentiated and create a new one. So this new layer over here is the one we're currently working with then. In here, we can choose to have a blueprint brush. These are the brushes that we have available. We can create more if we want to. And essentially there are generally two different ones. So there's the material only and the landmass one that we will be looking at. If we check the material only one and then click in the level, you can see that we immediately get some sort of deformation in the world. And this brush, as we can refer to it, we can move around in the world and it will displace whatever terrain we have in that area, essentially. We can also move it up and down. You can see that it causes the terrain to shape around it as well, according to what this has as settings. Going into the details of this, we have a few different things that are of importance. We have, first off, the blend mode, which is alpha blend normally here. Alpha blend means it will use both positive and negative values to make sure to create the terrain as it is. If you choose min, it will only choose the lowest values. So in this case, if I bring it down lower beyond what the landscape has itself, then those are the values that it's going to be making use of. So min will allow you to have deformations downwards that doesn't affect the landscape in an upward direction. Equally but opposite, we have the max, which allows you to do the opposite. It will only take the max values of the brush that you have and take the things that are above what the normal landscape has and put those into the landscape. So it becomes clear what it does if we move it up and down, essentially. And then you have additive, which is essentially working sort of like the alpha blend one, so you'll get similar results to that. We have a bunch of settings we can make use of to make this look a little bit different. If we open up our material here and then the custom scalar parameters, you can see we have some settings here, for example. Using these, we can change, for example, what the height will look like in the deformation in the brush. The size will be essentially the scale it will place upon the world. And you can also change how it's supposed to fall off in the alpha, meaning the edges and the tops, essentially how it will blend in and out the deformation of the brush. So you can play around with these values to get a slightly different look to it. In addition to this material brush, we can also, let's create a new layer just to have it separated. By creating the layers here, you can see that we have a brush over here. And if we wanted to see what it looks like without the brush, we can just press the eye and it will toggle it on and off, and you can see what the effect is. So if you, and also it works on a layer level as well. So if you want to remove a bunch of brushes that you have on the same layer, you can do that as well. So this is how it becomes non-destructive, because you're essentially just creating geometry that is going to be adding and subtracting to the terrain that you have already created, and you can just modify those parts or remove them completely, and you will not have done any permanent damage to the terrain, which will force you to reshape it like we would have to do if we're doing the normal sculpting procedures, of course. With our second layer selected here, we can now choose to do the Landmass custom brush, and we want to, again, after we have chosen it, left click in the world to get it in. How this works is when you have a brush like this selected, we can move it around like this, you can see, and you can see that it has 3 points to begin with. So how this works is, when it comes to selection, if we don't have it selected and we select the brush either by clicking over here or by clicking over here in the world outliner, or even if we were to click on one of these points, they are sort of difficult to see, I think, but there. What happens then, and I could have pressed either of these points, at the first selection we get the actual brush. If we were to select one of these points when we have the brush selected like this, then now that point has been selected, and if I move that around now, you can see that it deforms in accordance to the points that we have here. You can, like we have learned about many other things here, also hold down Alt key and then drag, and you'll duplicate and create another point. And with this way you can create different shapes than what you had to begin with. So you can create a bunch of different points to create some geometry that looks like something you want to have. There are many different ways to create affect how this brush is supposed to affect the terrain. If we go here under our brush type, we have landmass outline, which is the default, which is what this does. It is essentially taking all the points and creating a terrain object inside of these points. It doesn't go outside of these points ever. That's why you see that it's like, depending on where I drag the lines, it will always stay within the lines of the points. If you were to choose spline mesh, for example, you can see that it creates a mesh that is based on the spline itself. So it creates a terrain that conforms to the position of the different spline points. When it came to, if we go back to landmass, you can see here that I can actually go, let's do it like this, and we want to have this in world transformation. If I pull this point up and down, it doesn't matter. The only point that matters when you have it in landmass outline is the X and Y. Z doesn't affect it at all. When you go into the spline mesh, however, you can see that if we do change Z, it will also affect what the result will be, because it will take the Z values as well to create the brush. In addition to that, you also have single mesh, which you make use of if you use a mesh part of this. We will not be going through that. And you can also use the material only. We'll be keeping to the spline mesh and the landmass outline. In addition to that, you also have something inside of fall off here, where we can make use of to create, if we want to cap shapes, we can cut off the top of it. So if we were to deselect it and select the brush, so we can have the whole brush, you can see we can move it up and down, and it will have sort of created a plateau on top of the brush that we have created. And it will try to keep it as well as it can in accordance to the points that you have and also the tangents that you have over here. You can see that these can also be altered to change the shape of the brush. You also have the ability to change what the fall off angle is supposed to be. If you want it to be more of a slope or more steep, you can change if you want to have it on an angle or a width. Width is a little bit difficult to see unless we get a perspective against the whole landscape. So if we raise, I need to select the whole brush, sorry, like this. You can see we move it up and down, and we are affecting a large area when we have the width selected in this fall off mode. And if we remove the cap again, we can also see what the fall off width will do. Actually, we need to have this like so. You can see that it affects how it affects the terrain is determined by the fall off width in this case. We also have some settings for edges and Z offsets here. I think they also only work with... Don't normally use these, I'm not entirely... No, they don't seem to be. Anyway, so yeah, so you have these options when it comes to creating one of these shapes to then place somewhere in the world. And you can also multiply these as well, or duplicate them. By having the brush selected like this, you can just hold down Alt and you have created another brush, and you can stack them if you want to, or have them work in conjunction with each other as well. So you can create many different brushes and then have them have different results based on the splines that you create, and by doing so, of course, not destructively affecting the terrain. If we want to have a more varied look to it, we can also go to here. We have under effects and curl noise. Curl noise is essentially introducing a noise to the geometry or to the brush. So if we now we have this one selected over here, if we introduce brushes curl strength here, you can see that it deforms in different ways. And you can also have strength determine it, but you also have tiling here to alter what it looks like. And you can sort of see a shape that you can essentially see it like a texture that's working on top of it, and you're essentially just changing the tiling of the texture. So that's what's happening here when you're changing these values. So the curl strength 1 works with the curl 1 tiling, and the curl strength 2 is a different curl strength that you can have, which will work with the second tiling here, of course, naturally. So yeah, there is a bunch of different ways. You can go much deeper into this than this, but this should at least be able to get you started when it comes to creating a non-destructive way to create a landscape for you as well. From here, let's start playing around a little bit with water. So we'll create a new map and call it water map, and I'll see you there. So we'll just start off similar to how we did before. We'll go and create a landscape. We'll say that we want a new one. We want to enable edit layers because that is going to be important, and then we can just create it. Now we have our landscape just like before, and now we can look at some of the water features that are available. So what we need to be doing is, first of all, we need to have the plugin enabled. So we go to plugins and then we type in water, and we'll get this water experimental plugin in here. So since this is experimental, it will be improved upon over time, and you should probably not ship any games with it as it is currently, but it's nice to play around with and make use of anyway. So you check that and you say you want to restart it. Comes up a button down here, and I'll see you after the restart. Now that we have restarted, we can close down the plugins window. And we have ended up in the wrong map. So we'll go to our water map. In this one, currently everything is looking black, and everything we have in our world outliner is our landscape. We can see the outline over here. So again, let's put some light in here. So we'll go to our environmental light mixer, and we'll add everything except for the atmospheric light 1. Okay, so now we have some basic lights here. So how does water work? Well, you can just click up here and then type in water, and you'll see some of the things that are available. So lake, ocean, river, and these are probably the most commonly used ones. And all you need to do is just basically take one and drag it out, and you'll see this sort of spline shape, and you just release, and that is where it will be placed. Now this might take a little bit of time. You might need to compile shaders possibly. So have some patience with that. You'll probably see it in the bottom right if you need to do that. So this is what the lake one looks like. And the lake one, you can see, has a bunch of different symbols. The one that looks like trees and a lake is the one that's like what they call the water body lake actor. And this one you can use to change the transform of to move the lake around as you want to. You also have the ability to choose splines and then move those around to get a different shape than you want. Although you can't move it up and down because the lake needs to be a certain level, and for that you only can move it by using the master node, so to speak. But yeah, so here you have some options to play around with to change how your lake looks, and you can also change the tangents, which are these values over here, so you can change how it's supposed to be orienting around the different points. And if you want to have additional points, you can just, as we have duplicated objects in the past, we can hold down our Alt key and just transform, and we'll get another point created. So now we have more than what we had before, and now we have yet another one. So you can use that to shape the lake that you want to accomplish. And again, since this is non-destructive, it will be using the landscape as you're moving the body up and down. You'll see that it will adjust the landscape around it so that your lake is possible to be had. And also there are some limitations if you were to go back to sculpting mode, for example. So if we go to landscape and go to sculpting, and if we were to bring out landscape, you can see that if we do it near the ocean, we are not allowed to go within the spline limit, and we can't also raise or lower anything inside of here. So those limitations exist with this as well. Next up, we can take a look at another one of the water bodies. So let's take a look at the ocean one, for example. So dragging this one out, you can see that we get a slightly larger spline. And you can see that these also work in conjunction. So essentially this one will be creating a water body outside of the spline that's available. If we go back to our select mode again, we can choose to find our water body ocean. And it looks similar to our lake, although in sort of reverse, because the water will be outside of the splines. But equally here we can drag around our different spline points if we want to. We can change the tangents of them if we want to. And we can also create more points if we wanted to do that as well, just like we did with the lake. And lastly, we have the river one, which is the most commonly used one in conjunction with these. And you see that it sort of works as a spline with a start and an end, and then you have water traveling between it. So you can have these splines be brought into different positions to adjust to your... That's not... There we go. So you can like raise these individual splines as you want, and it will shape the terrain to allow for the water to exist given your current positions of your splines. So you can raise them if you want to have them as sort of a drop down like this, like a water park or something similar. And in addition to all of this that you have in the ways of tools and moving and changing their looks and stuff like that, you also have a lot of features when it comes to the water itself. Just clicking one of these, you can see that you have a bunch of different things available under the details for the water. So you have an advanced array here where you can do some things with islands and exclusion volumes. You have some curve settings where you can change how the curves are going to be handled, a bunch of different stuff like that. But also you have, which is probably most interesting, the water material. And clicking on the magnifying glass, you get to go to the material. And here you can see that you have a bunch of different parameters that you're able to enable and overwrite with other values if you wanted to. And you can get a very varied look of water just by playing around with those different things. Now an easy thing we could do is just download a material from Quixel Megascans like I have. I've downloaded this rippled sand. So now we can go to the landscape here, which does currently not have a material on it because it has the default material. So you see landscape material over here. We can just plug that in here right now, and you'll see we immediately get a sort of sand look. It is very tiled, however, currently, but these are also options that you can change around with. Okay, we didn't have a character here, of course. So, yeah, and in addition to that, we could place some things around in the world by using what's called the Foliage tool. Something worth noting about the Foliage tool is that you do not want to use Nanite meshes as it is currently. This might have changed in the future if you're watching this in the future, of course, but currently it's not supported for all kinds of things to have Nanite, and Foliage is one of the things where translucency causes some issues with Nanite. So instead of having Nanite enabled meshes, make sure to have just high quality meshes or medium quality, or depending on what you want to have, of course. But I've downloaded a mesh now from Quixel Megascans here, so now we can just go to the Foliage tool. And in here you can see we have a bunch of different things that resemble very much what we had when it came to the landscaping, and it works very similarly. So first thing we need to do is, you have down here where it says drop foliage, you can drag meshes in here directly. So meshes are the ones that have this light blue-green sort of color underneath the portraits. So dragging one of those in here, you can see now that we have a foliage piece here that is available for us to paint on our landscape. Now, painting on the landscape, you can see we have a 0 here. This corresponds to how many we currently have in the world. And you need to have this checkbox activated if you want to make use of it. So with paint activated and that checkbox activated, we can now left click in the world here. You can see that we paint out these meshes that I have picked out here. So currently we have drawn in 701 of them already. If you want to erase, all you need to do is click on the erase, and then you can left click to remove things. Or if you're in the paint mode and you just want to erase something that you have already painted, you can hold down the shift key and it immediately works as the erase tool, and you can erase that way. So the default settings here work in the way that we have certain things which we are currently allowed to paint on. So landscape is checked in, which means that when we try to paint on landscape, we get meshes. It also works on static meshes, which means if we were to have a mesh over here, we could paint on that as well. So if we take something like I don't know, let's take a cube and let's make this cube very big. Is this cube? We need to go into select mode, we'll pick the cube, we'll look for its scale and we'll say 100. That might be a little bit big, I don't know. Okay, sure. That's our static mesh now. So if we go back to foliage, we're still in paint mode. We still have this object selected, so you can see that we can paint on this static mesh as well. So it works identical to landscapes in that regard, as long as we have that checked as well. BSP stands for some brush something. It's essentially like geometry that you can create inside of the engine, and this allows you to paint foliage on that as well if you want to. And you can also have foliage on foliage if you want to have foliage inception, and translucency allows you to place foliage on translucent geometry or then. So those are the basics of what it allows you to paint on, and now we can get rid of this box for now. Inside of foliage again, then you can see we have a brush size, which will affect how our brush looks in size, so we can paint more or less if we want to. We have the density, which allows for how much of something will be painted. So if we bring this down to 0 and I paint, nothing will happen. If I bring it to 1, that is the absolute maximum that it will allow to paint when it comes to the meshes. So you may want to set this to something that corresponds to the density that you actually want to have of something, but you can always fine-tune it, of course, with your erasing as you want. Equally, the erase density here will decide how much to erase or not. So if we were to draw with this, actually that doesn't show as well, so let's do this. We'll erase everything first. So now we have a certain density of where we will be painting. So this is how much we will be painting. And if we put this density up to 1 and then try to erase, nothing will happen. But if we take it down a little bit, it will start to remove some of these things, but not a lot of them. And as we bring this further and further down, then it will be erasing more and more. Actually, it's not removing at all. Hold on. Should be working. Maybe it's because it's under the limit of 11. Yeah, okay. So it's using this density against this density then. So If we were to have 100 with our paint, and then we were to set 50 to our erase, that means we remove half of it. That was more visually obvious. So yeah, so that's what these two do. And in addition to that, you also have some other options. You have the ability to alter parts or some of the things. If you have, for example, select chosen, you can select individual foliage if you want to. If you click all, you get all of them. You can also deselect the selection you have. You can take something like a lasso and sort of paint the things that are interesting to you. And when you find that you have reached a part where you're like, okay, all of this is the stuff I'm interested in, you can click remove to remove that selection, for example. You can also fill things if you want to, and you can paint single instances if you want to do that as well. And also the reapply if you want to put current, you have certain settings on a foliage and you have like erased it and then you want to restore it essentially. So there's a bunch of different things you can play around with here. Now a final bit of details when it comes to foliage is, and let's get ourselves some screen space here. Over here on foliage, if you click on a single type of foliage that you have, you get a details window here, which allows you to get a lot of different details about that specific foliage. So you can change the density of how dense it's supposed to be. So changing this to, if it was it 100? I don't recall. Let's say 160. And we paint. That's the frequency we get. Let's say we go down to 2. Now you can see that we just plop them down a little bit here and there as the density allows. You can also change the radius. You can change if you want to have single instances. You can change the scaling, and this allows you to have things like the same object multiple times but slightly changed in the size in different axes. So uniform will make sure that it's always staying with the same dimensions, but if you were to have free, for example, it can scale completely freely. So if we were to say we wanted to have between 5 and 15 on Y, and we start painting now, you can see we get very weird drawn out scaled meshes essentially. So you probably want to keep them either uniform or keep these values not too crazy. So if we were to have 1, 2, 3 maybe, it will still probably look at least decent when you go in and check at them in close up. In addition to scaling, you also have other things like offsets to have it, and this is the Z offset, meaning that it's the height, so you can have it slightly more or less burrowed into the ground, which could be useful for different assets like this one we're currently using, which is actually, if you look at it, it has sort of this terrain surrounding it. And you may want to have this sort of slightly sunk in, which means that you maybe want to have -10 to -5, let's say. And if we were to paint something now, we can look at them and we can see that the area around the stones is much less above ground essentially. And the reason why you want to do this, and the reason why they're on a individual foliage level, is because you may want to have different densities for different things. So maybe much more grass than you have trees, and the trees, for example, would let's see, where is that? You have here slope angles, for example. So trees might be growing straight up while grass might be tilting according to the slope that you're painting them on the landscape and such things. And you also have the ability to change the angles, so they are slightly tilted with a few degrees, making it less uniform and making it look a little bit more natural because of the randomness that is involved. So you can do that as well. In the case of rocks, we won't see that much change unless we do a crazy value, I guess. And we have a very low density, so maybe we don't see a whole lot anyway. That is not the right one. see. Oh, there it is. Pitch angle. Yes, this one. So if we do 90, yeah, you can see that some of them end up on their sides completely almost, or at least partly. So this one can be used to change the angles essentially. Let's get rid of those. Those are looking silly. So there's a lot of options in here, and this is where you really need to play around with the details to get something that you want to have, and where you can really fine-tune the densities and the appearances of the foliage that you paint on the landscape, and it can make a huge difference to the overall experience and the perception of it. From here, let's take a look at our next mode, which is going to be fracturing in this case. So we'll create a new level, and we can choose a basic level, it'll be fine. So now we have some basic lighting and things like that in place. We're going to change the speed of the camera a little bit. And fracturing mode is the mode that you make use of that's called Chaos in Unreal Engine, which is a physics-based simulation system that allows you to do damage to meshes and have them break down in ways that simulate and look like collisions and destruction and such. How this works is we need to have a mesh or something to begin with. So let's create a mesh. We'll go over here and we'll take a basic shape. A cube will do fine for our purposes. So this will be the mesh that we will be making destructible. So let's create a folder. We can call it Chaos. How this works is when you have a mesh like this, you can create a geometry collection, as it's called, and you do that by clicking new when you have it selected. It will then tell you that it will create a geometry collection over here, so you can call it something like GC underscore and then whatever name you want. We can put this in the chaos folder as well. So essentially what has happened now is that it has replaced the static mesh with the geometry collection right here. And as it stands right now, we have one fracture piece, which is this 0 representing. So we have like one piece. And to break this down so it's possible to break it further, we need to go to one of the fracture settings here, and we can choose a bunch of different ways to fracture it. If we go to the uniform one and give ourselves a little bit of space here, we can see some settings that it will make use of to fracture this. So if we, for example, have 20 Voronoi sites and max 20 Voronoi sites, it will be making use of a collection of sites depending on these two values. So 20 will give us exactly 20 Voronoi sites. And a Voronoi site is essentially a point that is generated in, you can see it if you click the checkbox over here, you can see that these points, they are the Voronoi sites. And from them, they create a sort of determination where the other sites are to create these sort of breakages, which we can sort of see as lines. So we have some suggestions here for what it would be looking like if we fractured it right now. So if we click on fracture, you can see that we get a selection here, or a section here that says level 1 and 20. That means that is how many fractures we have on the next level. So our first object, which we can see here, if we go to the all levels here and go to level 0, you can see this is the one piece that we have. It's the root. And level 1, these are all of the fractured parts that it will break into. And if you hold down Shift and press E, you can expand and see how the fractures will look like. And Shift Q will allow you to bring them back together again. Holding down Shift and pressing B will allow you to switch between bone name and normal mode, which means essentially you see the breakages and you see the normal mesh, what it looks like. If you want to change between the different modes, you can hold Shift W and scroll through that way, and Shift S works the same way but in a different way, and you can see that it changes the fracture level selection over here. With a selection like this, now in this case we have our root fracture. Under it we have the 20 different nodes. We can play around with and change and put nodes on different levels and different hierarchies, and we can rearrange things and stuff like that. That is done with the selections over here. And you can also, if you want to, fracture things further. So if you wanted to fracture this root node over here, we could say fracture again, and we would get another level, which in this case turns up to be 123 parts. So if we check that level, that's what this will be looking like. Let's do this to make it a little bit more clear. And you can continue to do fracturing on a higher level if you want to, or you can do it on a smaller scale. So you can, for example, click on a specific part of this fracture, and you can see that it creates this square geometry of sides according to these settings with this selection now. So if we were to choose fracture now, we will have created another level for this specific fracture only. And this is probably easiest viewed if we go to, let's see, if we go to the top and we can choose children, then we will be selecting all the children. We have selected all the children. Selecting again will select 123 children. We're on this level now, and selecting again will bring us 20, and these are all the different breakages our last selection will cause. So if we press Shift E now, you can see what that causes essentially. So there's a lot of refinement and precision to be done, and this is just one of the different fracturing modes that you have available. You have cluster, radial, planar, slice, brick, and they all have a bunch of different options how you can do this. But essentially now we have created a mesh that is destructible. And if we were to, for example, press play now, you can see that it sort of breaks down if we have it in the air, because its mass will cause it to take damage when it falls down, and that will make it start breaking. How this works is a chaos geometry collection like this has these levels, and these levels are each level needs to be broken individually. So if you go here on the right hand side on our details panel, we can go to chaos physics and we can look at the clustering selection, and here we can see that there are damage thresholds. What this means is if you are at index 0, which is the index that we start on with the one piece, and it takes this amount of damage, which can be done with forces or fields or a lot of different ways. We will not be going into that, that's a little bit too in depth, but this amount of damage is needed to break off into the first level, which means this level. If pieces are in this level and receive this amount of damage, which represents index 1, then they will start breaking down into the pieces to level 2, and level 2 will need this amount of damage to break into pieces of level 3 and so on. So you can always build upon this and add more parts here with whatever damage that you want as you make more and more fractures. Something to keep in mind is generally that you may not want to have too many pieces in your first levels. You may want to have them sort of staggered, so you have like a subsection with some pieces and then have it like be more and more fractured as you go on. For performance sake, it's easier for the engine to handle if it doesn't have, because if you break something like this and it had, let's say, 5,000 pieces in the first level already, that means that when it breaks down and falls down to the ground and starts breaking, it will start simulating all those 5,000 pieces against each other, and that is generally more problematic than having it break it down into first 20 and then each of those to 25 or something like that, because it can sort of transition between them. There is a lot of depth into this system with a lot of things you can configure, like fields that make particles or clusters die off or sleep and such, to make them not take up performance. It's a little bit advanced for this level, so we won't be getting into that for now. One more thing relating to this is that if at any point you feel like your structure is too advanced for you to play around with and rearrange the different selections by using the selection tools and restructuring them, you can always just reset your whole cube back to whatever level it was in the beginning. So pressing reset will remove all the levels that you have done, so you just have the basic cube again, and you can start over if that's what you want to achieve, essentially. For the next part, let's create a new map. We will now be going into brush editing mode a little bit and showing what that is like. So we'll create a new level, and we can make it a basic one, should do fine for us. So we have a very empty level. Let's save that, and we'll save this as our brush editing map. Okay, so brush editing. Brush editing is a way for you to be able to do sort of prototyping when it comes to world and level design. So you can like put up some very simple meshes to like sort of give the feel of what your level looks like, and then you can easily change things around so you get a sense of the flow of the map and how it's supposed to look like in rough terms before you put in the prettier, more finished meshes. And how this works is we have these brush editing tools over here, but we also have, if we go to, let's see, it should be here, Place Actors panel. Clicking the Place Actors panel gives us the Place Actors over here. With our Place Actors panel in place, we can go to this little button that says Geometry. Clicking here, you'll see some geometry-like objects, and dragging one of them into the world, you can see we get something slightly different from a mesh. We get sort of a outline of it, and it looks slightly different when in the world as well. So this is what's called a BSP brush, and they are, with them we're able to create some static meshes, for example, that have specific shapes that we want. So we can, if we want to have our box of certain dimensions, we can go over here and change the dimensions to be what we want them to be. And we can also manipulate it by doing things like clicking on a surface and then using our gizmo to translate and change the sizes like that. We are also able to click on individual vertices and have them be moved around and have the mesh be changed based on this as well. So doing this, you can create very different static meshes for your needs. And if you want to, you can go to the advanced part here and you can create a static mesh, and you can then save that as a static mesh. So if we were to create let's create a new folder under content, and let's say brush meshes or something. So we know that these are static meshes created from our brushes. Creating it like so, we can now go into our folder, and we can see now that we have a static mesh which we can place into the world, which has exactly the same look as the one that we created over here. In addition to that, you can also, if you bring out, let's take another brush, we can do some Boolean operations for them. So if we wanted to have a box like this and we wanted to have a negative space, we can take in a sphere, for example, and we can say that this sphere is supposed to be a subtractive instead of an additive. You can find it here on the brush type. That means that it will be acting as a negative space and creating a hollowness into something else. And you can do that to make holes or see-through panels, or just have weird shapes by using two common shapes. But now if we were to go to this one and say create a static mesh, that will not work. It would be just creating it from this one. So if we want to have a combination of static and additive brushes working together to create a mesh, you need to mark all of them and then go to create static mesh, and then we can call this one the box sphere. And we'll place it in our meshes, and I spelled it wrong, of course. And then you can see that it looks the same. You can also see here that we got a pivot point at the wrong location, at the location where the sphere was. Again, if we want to change that around, we always can by holding down our middle mouse button while also pressing left mouse button to move it, and then we can place it somewhere else where we want to. Again, this is temporary and will only be like that until you unselect it, unless you also right click on it and make sure that your pivot point is set as it is currently here, meaning that it is gonna stay like that when you recheck it again. So that's another way you can make use of brushes, by using Boolean operations. And in addition to that, you also have some functions in the brush editing over here. We can, if we want to, if we have a brush out, we can make use of brush editing, like clicking on a surface and then clicking extrude, and then we can extrude up additional joints, or it's sort of like a modeling tool like Blender or something like that. You can sort of like extrude, like how that works. And you also have other functionality when it comes to things like normals and things like that, and triangles, and you can optimize and such. But what I want to show now is you can make use of a pen tool. Pen tool you can use only in orthogonal view screens, so that means the ones that we were talking about earlier, which are the top, bottom, left, right, front, back. And if we were to take one from the top, for example, you can see that this is our map as it stands currently. And if we wanted to make use of the pen tool here, you can see we have a few settings for it. How this works is if we go and click somewhere with our spacebar, not click with the mouse button, but with our spacebar. Actually, we first must unselect. So now clicking our spacebar, we get a point in the world and we get a yellow dotted line. The yellow dotted line represents where it will be creating geometry from the first point that we already set. So if we press space again, we will be creating another point. And we can do this to create something simple like a box ourselves. Now you can see that we get a red dotted line. This means that if we were to autocomplete this, then that is where it would close the geometry to make sure that it is complete. And you can, at any point when you have one of these, you can just press enter if you want to finish it. But if we want to continue, we can continue pressing space. Actually, let's make a slightly different. And let's press enter now to complete it. So now we have completed it, and from this view it doesn't look like much, but we have now as default settings extruded, meaning that we have from this shape now created an extrusion up of the depth of 256. That means in 2.5 meters approximately. And if we go back to our perspective mode, we can now see this object in the world. So this is the brush we have now created, and it looks exactly like the other brushes. You can manipulate the faces if you want, you can manipulate the vertices if you want to, and continue to shape this as you want, and then create a static mesh whenever you want to. So there are a bunch of different options for you to do some prototyping with this. We will be talking about a different way of prototyping a little bit later as well, but this is just so that you're aware of that this is available if you need it, essentially. Now I believe we're pretty much ready for the next part here, which is going to be the next grouping here, which is modeling. So let's take a look at that by creating a folder. No, let's not do that. Let's just create a new map. New level. Let's create a basic one. It'll do fine. And we'll save this current level as our modeling level. Okay, so inside of here we will be playing around with the modeling mode. So let's change to that. And this is what we're presented with. First off, we have the grouping which is called shapes. If you click on one of the shapes, like the box, you get a bunch of information here under the modeling tab, which allows you to change things of the box. If we were just to hover out in the world here, you can see that we get a box. Left clicking will just place a box in the world, and it will place it based on the information that you have here. So here you can change what kind of a width you want to have. You can change what kind of a depth you want to have, height, the subdivisions you want to have, depth and height subdivisions as well, and a bunch of different other things as well as materials if you want to. So this is where you set up the presets of the things that you want to place, and then once you're happy with it, you place them in the world. So we can just add a few things in the world here. So we have a bunch of different things. And you can see it's very easy to add these different meshes like so. And these are just basic shapes that are commonly used essentially. So the first part is just that. That's how you create shapes inside of the modeling mode. We haven't talked about subdivisions yet, but this might be a good time to do so. If we take a look at this rectangle that we created, for example, this is the easiest way to demonstrate it, I believe, and we bring it up a little bit from the floor. Now, this square looks like any square, but if we go into wireframe mode here under lit, you can see that the yellow, which is what we have marked currently, this rectangle consists of two different triangles essentially to make up its geometry. And that is sort of its complexity that it has to allow things like light to bounce on it, or if you want to manipulate it or things like that. So this is the very most basic way. But if we were to go into rectangle and instead of having the defaults, which is 1 and 1 for the subdivisions, and instead take something like 20 and 20, you can see that we have a much more intricate web of triangles. So left clicking now will give us a very complex plane essentially. If we go back to lit, they will still look the same, both of them, at least in this situation. But this one over here has more complexity to it, if that is something that we need for some reason. So subdivisions is essentially just the amount of triangles that you will be needing to create the surfaces that the geometry consists of essentially. Let's click complete. All of these different meshes that we create are created in a folder. If you want to see where that is, you can just right click on any of the shapes that you created and click browse to asset, and it will bring you to the folder in the structure here where it will be saved for you. So that's how you can find them if you want to find them as well. What kind of placement the mesh gets in your folder structure will depend on what you choose here for your new asset location. So you can have a world relative one, you can have a global one, and you can have a current folder to decide where you want new assets to be created. When it comes to working with creating meshes like this, pivot points tend to be very important, and we have already shown a few different ways how you can change the pivot point both permanently and temporarily. But working in the modeling mode, you also have additional options for this. If we were to choose a box, for example, you can see that this box over here, when we create it and we click complete and then we select it, you can see that the pivot point here is in the bottom of it, right? Now, if we click on box over here, and you can see that we probably have here, pivot location, base centered top. So we have some options of changing this in this mode as well, in addition to the other ones of manually changing it. The pivot point gizmo also has some effect on when you place things in the world. So as long as we have it in the base, the object will be placed with the pivot point against the ground. But if our pivot point was to be centered, for example, you can see that our box is sort of, let's see, sunken in, you can see. That's because it aligns the pivot point to the base to determine how it's supposed to be placed in the world. So that is also something to take into consideration. In addition to that, you also have the ability to, let's see, if we go to box again and we go to base, you have the ability to set a rotation. So normally, if we go and click on a box, you can see that the gizmo is aligned with the axis of the box. But if you click and choose something like 45, this should be the most clear, and you place this box, you can see that the box comes into the world slightly misaligned, or slightly rotated, if you will. Another thing related to placement is that if we take a box and we hover over things, you can see that it's sort of, if we're over ground or a plane, you can see that it's completely square against it. But if we move it over certain objects, you can see that it sort of tries to align itself with the object that we're placing it on. The reason for this is because we have an align to normal here. Removing that one will just place it straight up wherever you want to. So depending on if you want it aligned to a normal or not, or if you want to have certain angles, these are the settings that you want to be changing to have the placement slightly different, like so. So let's move on to the next part here now then. Since, if you remember from the brush part we just went through, we had the ability to sort of like make use of a pen to create a shape. Similar we have in the modeling tools here. a pen here where we can draw and extrude polygons to create new objects. It works similar but different. First off, we get a slightly different gizmo. You can see here, the gizmo here works in the way that you have in the outer rings, these represents the rotations, so clicking on them and dragging when you have them held down with the mouse button will rotate something. The sort of lines, the blue, red and green, will represent moving in those different axes. And that is how this sort of gizmo works. Now, in the brush mode, when we wanted to create a custom brush, what we did was we used the spacebar to click different steps, and then we completed the object, and then we had a set dimension for how much we wanted to extrude. It's a little bit more intuitive in this mode. We do left clicks to click, and clicking multiple times will create the different points in this object. And if you are at any point hovering over to complete the whole geometry, it will turn yellow, and clicking then will finish the actual geometry of it in the form of the 2D plane. Now we have one left click to exact here, and that is the extrusion height. So currently we now are determining the height of the extrusion for the geometry that we have created. So once you left click again, then you have finished that, and you have now created your new piece of geometry essentially. So it's very similar to the brush pen, but slightly different. And this comes with a lot of settings, just like the shapes do. So you have a bunch of different output modes. In this case, we have, for example, what we end up with. We can create static meshes, and we create volumes. If we wanted to create very specific volumes that we wanted to have for some kind of reason, maybe like determining if actors are within it to see if they get damaged or something like that. We have the draw mode, which is essentially what we were doing here. We were doing freehand, which allowed us to put out the points for the geometry ourselves. We can also choose one of the other ones. Circle will create the first point for a start location, and the second point to determine the radius of the circle, and then you have the extrusion just like before to determine the final size. The square, since it's an equal length rectangle, means that you click once and then you drag out, and you will have all the different sides of equal length, and then the last click is to do the extrusion again. When it comes to the next option, we have a rectangle. So this one you place first a click to start, and then a second click to determine the length of one of the sides. Then you determine the length of the other side by dragging and then left clicking, and then you have your extrusion again as your final step before you're done with that. Rounded rectangles work exactly like rectangles. The only difference is here that it will also make a shape when it comes to the edges, making it slightly rounded. Let's get a closer look. So you get a smooth, nice, rounded look for it. And in addition to all of these things, you also have, just like when we did the shapes, you have a bunch of other settings. You can change, if we do, for example, a square. You can see that we have a bunch of different ways of snapping. We have materials we can set, and you can also see that we have like distances and such, but we don't have, where is it? Maybe if we do a circle, it's more, yeah, there we have it. We have a radial slice. A radial slice will essentially be how many steps we have to shape the circle. So more slices will mean higher fidelity essentially. So if we did a 64 and then did a circle, you can see that it is much smoother around the corners than the first one was. And let's see, no, okay, we don't seem to have that. Okay, and then we have a ring also. Ring works sort of like a donut. In the shape, it has an inner and an outer radius that it works with when you create one, and then you also extrude it as a final step like so. And then you have the size ratio here to determine this. So depending on what kind of object you are creating, you have a few different options available to you how you want it to look in the world. When it comes to these extrusions though, some of the time you might feel like it's too freeform, it's too prone if you want to have something exact. You have options for that as well. You have an extrude mode here. So when we have a, let's create a box, I guess, so a square. And if we say we want to have flat, which is our first option, we drag something like this, then we end up with a plane essentially. So now we're done already. The height is essentially nothing. If we complete and drag it up, you can see that we have now created a plane. If we instead were to create a square where we say that we want it to have a fixed height, that means we determine it over here. That means that when we drag out like so, it will immediately have 1 meter in height, 100 units essentially. Not entirely sure this is 100 units. This looks kind of small, but I'll trust the system for now. So yeah, you can determine that over here if you wanted to have, oh, well, we can have negative numbers. That's interesting. Let's say 548. You can see that the height for this is considerably higher. So you have this option as well if you don't want to have the interactive part, which is the default, of course. Something else that can be useful when you're using the extrusion tool is that if you are going to the snapping parts here, you can see we have enabled snapping. If you have enabled snapping, you have a few different options that are available to you. Among them are, for example, snap to vertices. This means that if you're starting to draw something, and let's actually make something a little bit more freeform. Let's go freehand. And then, okay, let's go polygon. Okay, freehand. So now that I have my first point here in the world, I can go and I can try and go towards vertices of different other objects that we have in the world. Now, some of them might be difficult to pinpoint at different times. For example, this point I'm having a little bit of trouble finding, but when you do hover over a vertex, it changes from the, might be difficult to see, but it's sort of green in the middle and yellow on the outside, the sort of suggested point. If you hit a vertex, then it will turn yellow, like you can see over here. And clicking there, then you can see that it has created a point exactly where the vertex exists. In this case, it took the vertex that was above and then drew it straight down to the point where it was over there. And you can then connect with different vertices to get a shape that matches something else. You can also do snapping to edges, which allows you to go to different parts. You can see that whenever you're touching an edge, then the edge will light up yellow so that you can have something aligned to a different edge if you wanted to. And it works, of course, in all dimensions, even though it might be difficult to hit them. You also have some snap to axis and lengths that are enabled during certain circumstances, but depending on what needs you have, let's go out and do that, and then we go. Let's find this vertex over here, and then we go back here. So now we have essentially created a plane that is exactly flush with the object over here, and then touching the vertex over both over here and over there, and we can now extrude, making it seem like it fits better with the geometry if we were to do something like, I don't know, a test level or a prototype level or something like that. Related to this is also the path extrusion tool. The path extrusion tool has a few different, it's similar to the first pen with some differences in essentially the extrusion mode, I would say. So you can have interactive, which will work sort of the same as before. We create, something seems to have happened to the interface. Let me see if I can fix this. I'll fix this one moment. Sorry about that, had to do a quick restart to fix the issue. Essentially, what this path extrusion tool does is you click path just like before, and once it is finished, you don't immediately extrude. What you do instead is you create a width first. And then once the width is created, you then have the extrusion element. So now you can see we have sort of made a castle wall or something like that. So that's the general sense of the path extrusion. It's almost like a spline, but not quite. But the different extrusion modes here allows us a bit of different flexibilities. The flat one here will allow us to create a very flat object that has these inner and outer borders, like so. we have interactive, which is the one that we created or we used earlier. Fixed works exactly the same. You have a fixed size or extrusion height here, just like other objects that we've created. So it immediately gives that height to the object. But you also have ramp fixed and ramp interactive. Let's start with ramp interactive. It's easier to show, I believe. So what you do with this is essentially you create a ramp with a starting level and an ending level. Let's just demonstrate. So we can go and create something that is connected like this, for example, if we wanted to. Oops, like so. And then we create a width, and then we have a height. Since we have interactive now, you can see that the height is depending on what we drag. And you can see that where we started is where it's going to be the lowest, and where it's the highest is where we ended, essentially. Now, this doesn't always make sense to have a closed circuit like this, but you don't really need to have that. You can also just, once we have created something like this might be like the path up to a castle up on a cliff or something like that. As long as you hover over somewhere like an end of a vertex, like the last one we have placed, you can see that the line turns yellow, which means that if we click again, we're essentially finished. So then we just do the extrusion when it comes to the width, then we do the extrusion for height, and you can see we now have a sort of path up to the ominous castle on the top of the hill. So this is what the interactive one does, and the fixed one does is the same thing, except you have a fixed height essentially. So by creating a shape like this and then having the extrusion on the width, you can see now that there's a slight elevation over here when it comes from the start over here and going up here. So over here it's the 10 units, so 10 centimeters, and over here it's going to be at 0. And yeah, you also have the ability, if you wanted to, afterwards change this to a different height if you wanted to. So that's essentially what that does. So it's essentially a complementary tool to the pen, if you want to see it in that sense, essentially. Next tool up is the path revolving tool. Now this one works in a way where the gadget is sort of important, because you need to have the gadget somewhat in the view screen to be able to do this. To demonstrate this, if I were to click somewhere, you can see that I can start dragging. Click cancel, and actually that was not the best. Let's do it, I think, nope. All right. Anyway, if we were to have the gizmo outside of the screen and we were to draw somewhere, nothing will happen. And this is the most easily visible by just checking where your cursor is. And if you're somewhere where you can't draw, you see that you just see the cursor. But if you're in a valid point, you can see that you get this green little square behind it as well. And essentially how a path revolver works is, this is sort of your nexus, or the thing that you're working around, your hub. And you essentially draw a intersection of an object. So if we were to draw something that looked something like a pot, I guess, like so. So we draw the outline of a pot, like so. Approximately, you can see that we get something that could be possibly be called a pot, if you are nice and kind. And you see here the outline that we have created for this to generate. Now with this generated, this has a few parameters with it which are interesting, and one of them is the degrees, which is, if we look from above and change this value, you can see that we change the amount of degrees that this revolution will use the intersection for to create an object. So 360 meaning a full revolution, essentially. You can have offsets if you want to have a rotation for it. The steps here are essentially like subdivisions. They will be increasing or decreasing the fidelity with the object. In this case, it has the fidelity in steps maximum degrees, meaning that the higher values we are, the less fidelity we get. But we can also click in here and we can get steps, which will be increasing, and it might be difficult to see, but if we check on the edges, you can see that it becomes more or less rough depending on the amount of steps we have. So you have either degrees or steps to use for that purpose. In addition to that, you also have a height offset if you want to change a slight translation in the height where you want it to be. You also have something that is useful here, which is the flip mesh, which is essentially, if you see, this might look weird, but if we go inside of the mesh, you can see we are now looking at the object from the inside. So what we're essentially doing is we're flipping the surfaces to be either facing outward or facing inward with this. And that, I think, is pretty much all the most important parts when it comes to this object or this tool. Let's actually get rid of this one for now. In addition to that, we also have a revolve mesh boundary loop tool. I've never found much use of this one, so I'm not that proficient with it. But moving on, we see we have and let's go here, we have a mesh merge tool. How this works is any meshes that you have, like this one, if you wanted it to be part of this mesh, so they were one combined mesh, you can hold down Shift and mark it, so both are marked at the same time, and then you can click on the mesh merge. You get some options for how you want this to work. You can say that it wants to be a new object, you can say what kind of a name it should be having in your world outliner. You can change what you're supposed to be doing with the output, meaning you want it to be depending on, from output means that it depends on what you're using. So in this case, static meshes are what we're using as input, then the output type will be static meshes. But we could create volumes if we wanted to, or we could explicitly make static meshes if we wanted to. We can also choose how we want to react when it comes to the original parts. So in this case, if we were to have these settings, what we will be doing is we will be using the input of two static meshes and combining them to be a static mesh. We will be deleting the inputs, which means that these two individual parts will be deleted. We will be creating a new object, and it will be called combined. So if we click accept now, we can see combined has been created over here. We have a gizmo over here, which if we move with, we can see it moves both objects at the same time now. The objects that were here before are deleted and have been replaced by this object now instead. So if we click here, every time we click on either of these objects now, they are as one object. So we translate them and affect them all together. Similarly, we also have the mesh duplicate tool here, which is essentially if you want to, well, the best way is probably to translate something into something else. If you take this mesh over here, we may want to have, so let's say we wanted to have a volume that is this shape. We can go to the mesh duplication, and in our options here, which are similar to the mesh merge, we can say what kind of a name do we want it to have in the world outliner when we're done. We can say what kind of an output type do we want, and what do we want to do with the input when we are done. So if we, for example, say we want to have a volume, and then we can also choose a few more options when it comes to the volume type here if we wanted to, but we'll leave it like this for now. Then we can say we want to keep the input, then pressing accept, you can see that we have a volume that has been created that has the shape of this torus, but we kept the input to begin with here, so it's still available for us to continue to use. If we were instead to say we wanted to do a mesh duplicate and say we wanted a volume and then say delete inputs and clicking accept, you can see that the original static mesh has been deleted. So that's how those tools work. Okay, now it's time for the polymodel grouping here. Now I want to preface this with I am not a super proficient modeler, so I will be trying my best to describe these things here. Some of them might be a little bit incorrect, but I'll do my best at least to convey what I understand of it. And even though Unreal is not a modeling program, it has taken great strides towards becoming quite powerful in that area. Although it will probably not be able to replace something like Blender currently, the tools that we have been given in Unreal Engine 5 is quite competent, as you will now see. So, starting off with poly editing. Poly editing, first you need to select a mesh. So if we select this mesh, for example, we can click on poly editing. And you'll see that if we hover over, our different faces will light up. And these are faces depending on poly groups. So if we go to lit and go to wireframe, you can see, actually this does not have that. So let's do that on a different one. Let's create a box that has subdivisions of 555. And we place that here. And we say complete, and then we say this one is selected, and we go poly edit. You can still see that we're still selecting just one side, but now if we go to wireframe, you can see that it's technically more faces on it than what we're seeing, but what's counted as a poly group is essentially a face that's separated by edges. And this we'll get a little bit into that in a little bit as well. But essentially what we have here is the ability to select different faces now. And with that we are able to do different modeling actions that are available in tools like, for example, Blender. We can do things like we can click extrude when we have this, and we can allow it to extrude from that point, similar to what we did in the brushes. And you can see that we have now done an extrusion. You also have the ability to, when you've clicked extrude, you can say that you want to have some kind of special extrusion. So you can say direction, for example. So in this case, we have, if we were to have selection normal, which is the default, it will be aligned to the face that we're currently extruding from. So it will be vertical. If we were to say we wanted to have it in X, then we would be extracting in that axis, as you can see. So this is a very simple shape, of course, so we don't see a whole lot of differences between that for right now, but we'll get there. So we can do things like that to edit things. We also have the ability to select vertices. And this depends, of course, on your selection filter. Here you have vertices, edges, and faces on selected by default. If you don't want to have a specific selection, you don't want to be able to choose faces, you unclick that and you can no longer choose faces, but you still see that our lines are glowing up when we hover over them, and also our vertices are glowing up. So equally, we can just pick a edge, and then we can transform it using our gizmo. We can rotate it if we wanted to. All of these different variations of operations we can perform. Of course, when you're doing something like that, you also need to be aware of what kind of texture the object has. If you're doing too radical changes, you might be causing stretching and warping and stuff like that. But yeah, let's unclick edges and now go to our vertex. You can see here we have the same thing. We can rotate, we can translate, we can scale if we wanted to, although scaling won't do much for a vertex, but we could do it, for example, for an edge. So you'll see what we scale up the object a little bit. So these are the kinds of operations that we can do, and we have a bunch of different other ones we can do as well. We can do things, we can delete faces. So if we have a face selected and delete, we can remove it. And we also have the opposite, we can fill holes if we want to fill specific holes that we want to fill, although now I'm filling them from the inside here. So you can do all kinds of different like interactions like so that are similar to modeling softwares. You also have abilities to do things like beveling, so you can have let's see, I don't want to have that one, I want to have poly edit, and I want to have, let's say, this face. Also, yeah, I pressed cancel or escape, I think, there to reset my changes. Beveling allows you to have bevelings on the corner, you can see here, and the beveling distance you can change as well here if you want to edit that. Sorry. And yeah, so you have some options to alter the appearance of the object in that way as well. You have flips and merges, outsets, insets, all kinds of different manipulations of the geometry. Disconnects, duplicates, decomposes, I won't be going through all of these, I will be touching some. We can insert loops if we wanted to. So a loop you can see here will cause the green line here represents where it will create a new edge, meaning that if I click here now, you can see we have a new red line, which means we have essentially created a new polygroup faces. So if we see here, you can see that in this box now we have the ability to choose one of these and have that single part now extrude out from the object if you want to. So there are options like that also. You can also do, if you don't want to do loops which go around the whole object, you can do edges, which is essentially just choosing one edge, going to a different edge, and you have now created an edge in between them, which you again can go and say that you want to edit in some way, like for example extrusion, which is one of the more visual representations of what a change is. So you have a lot of options. You can also do other things like welding, straightening, filling holes, bevels, and such. So hopefully you get an idea of, for a modeler, all of this will of course make sense. You will probably be at home with all of these tools immediately. But if you're not, then hopefully this gives you a rough idea of the usages. Next up we have our poly deformation tool. Our poly deformation tool deforms meshes via polygroups. So you can choose to either have it select via faces, edges, or vertices. If we have only vertices, you can maybe see if we drag over a vertex, there's a small cross that appears near the vertex that we are nearby, indicating that that is what we're currently selecting. If we were to have edges, you can see that when we go over an edge it becomes green. That's how we see that we're selecting one of those. When it comes to a face, then it won't show anything. It will essentially just look like normal. But if we're at any point left click and then drag, you can see that we are actually being able to affect a part of the geometry. In this case, you can see a cross appearing there, sort of like a gizmo showing I can go in the green direction, meaning I drag it in that direction. I can have it in the blue direction to extrude and it in these different axis directions, and I can also go along the red if I wanted to. So those are the options that are available. And if we go to vertex, you can see that we can do similar operations there by going over a vertex and then dragging. You can see that we can drag it along different axes to affect it like so. So we can deform it in different ways here. Now this is very easily going to be deforming or misshaping your texture, so that's something to be careful of. But you have the option to do all of these things if you want to. You can also have different ways of the deformation happening with smooth and linear. Smooth being trying to sort of gradually adjust the mesh according to how you're deforming it, while linear will just be as rigid as the deformation you're actually implementing. If you want to, you can also click on show wireframe to see what the wireframe looks like when working with it. That could be a useful tool at many points in time. But other than that, we have our mesh bool. This is very reminiscent to what we did with our BSP brushes earlier. You essentially have the ability to, if we want to recreate what we did there, we can take a sphere and place it next to our cube. That's not how many spheres I wanted. And then we can use this to place it inside, and we can essentially do the same Boolean operation that we did with brushes. So we can click on one of them and then shift click on the other one, and now we have two objects available, which is the minimum necessary to be able to create a, actually you need two objects to create a Boolean operation, because if you click on mesh Boolean, you can see we get an operation here. By default, it's going to say difference A minus B, meaning it will take the first mesh that we selected and then subtract B, which is the other mesh that we selected. And we can see we still have a gizmo here for the B static mesh, so we can move it around to change how the result will look like if we wanted to. We can also change that the operation should be B minus A, meaning that we'll make a cutout out of the sphere instead with the cube. In that case, we have the gizmo belonging to our cube instead of our cylinder like we did earlier. You can also use some other Boolean operations like intersection, and you can also use union. Now, in this case, we're just going to be creating a minus b like this. And you have a bunch of different options when it comes to this as well. We can see how we want to handle the inputs and outputs like we did before. We can choose how we want to have our outputs created. We can choose to have it as volume and static mesh. Everything very similar to how we did earlier when it came to the BSP brushes. And how it has been also with the shapes and creations earlier when it comes to these inputs and outputs. Once you're done, you can just click accept. In this case, we have, let's see, do we not have a name for this one? Seems not. We click accept. And here we are. Now we created, did I choose a volume? I'm not entirely sure I did. Let's double check to see if I got that correct or not. So we'll get the sphere and we'll get a like so, complete, we'll move it down. We say we want that one and that one. We'll make a mesh boolean and yeah, output. Okay, so I did actually do a volume. Let's say we wanted to have a static mesh instead. And let's say we delete the inputs, that's fine. Boolean, new object, that's fine. Yeah, so this is what I was expecting. So I created a volume here instead, which could be useful in some cases, but not entirely what I wanted to do. So now I have a new object that has this shape essentially, just like we did with the brushes earlier. Now let us take a look at Cube Grid. This one is a little bit larger, so let's go and get ourselves a little bit of space. Essentially how this works is you click Cube Grid and you get this grid, as you can see here, all around. And you essentially have these tools available. If I can just manage to get it, there we go. So by marking something either on the grid out here or somewhere else, you see that you get a sort of selection depending on how you drag the selection. And once you have a selection, you have the ability to do sort of like similar in modeling where you can do extrudes. So pressing E is an extrude, or pressing pull over here is the same thing, and you can also see the hotkey for it. And you have the opposite, which is push, and you can do that on the Q key as well. So this way you can create new geometry, new meshes, and things like that. You also have the ability to create, this is useful for both creating block out phases. You can create a block out testing environment first, where you want things to be and how you want the scene to look, sort of thing, before you actually put in your final assets. It's very good for that sort of purpose, but you also have the ability to create meshes dynamically in here if you want to with this tool. In addition to the extrusion like this, you also have the ability to do the slide back and slide forward. They're essentially going to be using the selection that you have inside of the world and then moving them without actually extruding or pulling or pushing the geometry. So if we push slide back, you can see that we have essentially a selection in the air now, and if we press E, we can create some geometry in the floating air above it. So this way you can create spaces between things if you wanted to as well. So slide forward works in the opposite way, so you can move it downwards. And if we were to press Q here, we can also remove geometry if we wanted to do that as well. So you can see it has removed the bottom layer that we had. In addition to that, we also have corner mode and flip. Let's go through flip first. So if we were to slide, let's see here, we slide back up a bit. If we were to press E now, we would be making a geometry upwards in this case. If we instead do flip and press E, we're doing the geometry downwards. So it's essentially making an inverse of what you're trying to do. When it comes to, and you need to click it again if you want to return it to how it was before, and the hotkey for this is T. You can see by the selection here which direction it's going to be going. The lines in the corners here will direct you in which, so now it's going to be pointing downwards, now it's pointing upwards, see? When it comes to corner mode, this is essentially, if you were to have a selection like this, you can go to corner mode and you'll see that we get vertices for the corners of our selection, and you can select these either by clicking on them, and then clicking on them again will unselect them, or you can hold down the mouse button and just drag it to have multiples selected. And when you have something like this done, you can then use your E key for extruding, and you can see that we're creating a elevation based on the vertices that are marked now. So since we omitted this vertex in our selection, all the other ones are the only ones that have actually been elevated, and geometry is created based on that. So that's what the corner tool is for. And once you feel that you're done, you can always just press complete, or if you don't like what you have created, you can press cancel up here as well. So if we go to cancel, this is what happens, it goes back. Some other options we have available is the setting here for power of 2. The power of 2 will be determining the grid scale like it says. So if we were to reduce this to, for example, 3, you can see that we have a 4x4 grid now per block that we had before. If we go down to 4, which is 1 less than the 5 we had to begin with, you can see we get a extra dimension or an extra grouping per blocks that we have. So doing this will allow you to have more granularity if you wanted to. So you could have a selection where you first create this geometry here, and then after that maybe you wanted to have something that's a little bit more precise. And then you can change the power of 2 setting and get some other sizing that fits better what you're trying to do. And it works exactly the same then as well. So with these tools together, you can already do quite complex geometries already. Some other things we can do is, if we have a selection, we can hold down Control, like it says over here, Control plus and EQ, and you can see that that will change the power of 2 fidelity directly in here. We have the slide selection, so holding down mouse key allows you to take a selection and then drag it if you want to reposition it. Or if you have a certain selection somewhere, maybe you have a measurement of this geometry over here and you want to make an exact one somewhere else, then you want to bring the selection over there, for example. Things like that. Or if you just manage to not get the proper selection, you can adjust it so it matches up to where you want to start affecting the geometry. Next up we have the quick shift gizmo over here. You can see Control plus middle mouse click. That will put a gizmo here. This gizmo is the sort of center for the whole grid. So if you reposition it, you can see that the grid follows along where the gizmo is. So the gizmo represents the grid and how it allows for manipulation with this grid tool, which means that if we were, for example, to rotate this now a little bit like this, you can see that it affects our selection now, because our selection will always be on the grid. So if we make a selection now, it will be in this tilted environment. And if we start doing extrusions now, you can see that we are creating geometry that is now in an angle compared to what we had before. So doing this will allow you to do a lot of different shapes, and you can essentially model most gray box kind of levels quite easily with just this tool and moving this grid around like so. Now, to demonstrate how you can make meshes from these, first of all I'm going to be demonstrating how you can, for example, if we have our cube grid and we place it over here, and we have our floor selected, this is going to cause issues for us, because if we make an extrusion now, for example, like this, something simple, we click complete, we're going to get an error message saying, I'm trying to modify an asset that is part of the engine content folder, which is not what we are able or want to do, essentially. So to get something that isn't done like that, we can click on our modeling level up here, and then click Cube Grid, and then we have the ability to create outside of our floor and not cause any problems. So if we were to make an extrusion now like this, maybe, and then maybe do something that goes inward, maybe do something like a weird window in there. So we have some weird geometry here that we have created, essentially. Once we press complete, we will, let's not press complete just yet, depending on what your output types is here, either a static mesh in this case, or a volume if you choose that option. So pressing complete, you can see that we have now this mesh here. We can see that it has gotten a generated name over here, and if you press the browse to asset, you can see this is where it has created the assets. So now, to demonstrate how we can create our own meshes from this system, currently, if I have, for example, my floor selected here, and I go into Cube Grid mode, and I click to have my gizmo over here, and I create some extrusion or some environment or just geometry over here. And then I click complete, we're going to get a message saying we cannot modify it because it's part of the engine content, essentially, which we are not able to change. So make sure that you have the proper selection up here. One way to get a new model created is to just choose your level, for example, and then get a cube grid, and then you use the grid after that. So now when we have a grid here, we can extrude a little bit, and we can create some geometry that we want to have. Let's say we wanted to do something like this, maybe extrude a little bit more like this, something like that, whatever it might be. So let's say that we're happy with this creation that we have of geometry. Now, depending on our settings, so output type here will decide if we create a static mesh or if we create a volume based on what we have created so far here. And once you press complete, it will be created. So now we can see that we have the mesh in the world here. We can see here under details for this that we have a generated mesh type. We click browse to cube grid, and we can see that the mesh is created here. So if we want to create more identical ones like them, we can just drag them into the world now. So we have essentially created a new static mesh that we can make use of if we wanted to. So that is how that is done. Yeah. One final thing on this topic. When it comes to the cube grid, we could, as we saw earlier, you can mess around with the rotation of the grid with the gizmo if you want to, but you also have these options available here if you want to do something that's more precise and according to what you need as well. So if we rotate this around, you can see that it is being affected over there. So you have these settings to work with that as well. Similar to booleans, we can also do something like that with mesh cuts. Mesh cuts works the same way. You have two objects. In this case, we can take these two objects and we can say mesh cut. And let's move this object over here. You can see that although we don't really see the box that I'm now currently moving here, we can see the interaction that it's causing with this cylinder. And we also get two gizmos in this case, so we can move the cylinder if we wanted to. So we're creating sort of a similar situation here with the objects, and we can create a similar effect. Although in this case, when we do, let's see, this should be fine. So we click accept now. You can see that we have our object over here, just like before. We have our object over here, just like before. But we have now also done a cut into the mesh, so I actually have another object created out of the mesh based on what I cut here. So this is a very cool thing to create, like if you have a very specific mesh and you want to, I don't know, maybe a mountainside, you want to destroy parts of it or something like that, you can cut out a very specific piece of geometry for that one, and then use what we learned with chaos destruction to have that part sort of crumble and destroy and things like that. And yeah, it's a very, very powerful tool to use for sure. Last in the poly model, we have the subdivision tool, and for those of you that are already experienced with modeling, this will probably not be anything new, but if we click on this box and click subdivision, you can see that this is the sort of shape that it will be creating. It will sort of be smoothing out all the geometry based on the different faces that it has, and you can see the subdivision level here determines how much it will be smoothing those things out. And it's also using some different schemes and other properties here to get whatever it is supposed to be getting here. But again, this comes from how it is, how this object is created when it comes to faces and edges. So if we were to add additional edges, for example, if we insert an edge over here, actually let's not do an edge, let's do a loop. So it goes the whole way around. So we can see that it goes right around here now. If we were to say now, okay, well, subdivide this object, you can see that the object gets a completely different shape. Let's go back to 3 here so you can see this looks more like a bullet now, because these edges are causing it to subdivide differently, since it needs to move within inside of its different polygon groups when it comes to the subdivisions. So yeah, if you want to subdivide, you can do subdivisions in Unreal Engine as well now. Let's move over to the trimodal grouping. That was difficult. Anyway, so now we have these tools to look through here, and we're going to start with the second from the left because it's called Try Edit. And this one is essentially the same one as the Poly Edit. The difference here is that we are now changing objects or parts on a triangular basis. You can see that we can select one or multiple if we want to triangles, and then we can edit them in similar ways to before. We can extrude them and move them around and rotate them as we want to, just like before. You can see that we have similar tools when it comes to actually interacting with it as well here, and similar selection tools here. However, where this mode becomes a little bit more complex is in the selection, because we're working with triangles. We have much more fidelity when compared to polygon groupings. So you have a bunch of different ways to select. You can have, first of all, when you have a standard selection, you have a brush size, which allows you to mark different parts that you want to select, or you can hold down Shift and left click to unmark within that brush. So you can change the brush size here to according to what you need. The brush itself uses a few different modes on how it selects. So default is brush, which is just painting whatever it is seeing, like so. You have volumetric brushes, which works in a 3D area. You have angle filtered, which is well, it's difficult to explain, but playing around with it, you'll notice that it's sort of like where your selection is in comparison to where the normal is of your selection, sort of. I hope that makes sense. You also have tolerances when it comes to things like this, like what kind of angle threshold it will allow for a selection. You also have, let's actually deselect some of these. You also have, let's go there. You can have selections that are selecting everything in groups. In this case, everything is the same group. Actually, it's not. It's 2 groups, it seems like, because I can have 2 selections. You can have by material, if you have different materials on it, since this is just one we've created, it has one material. You have UV islands, you have all that are connected. This could be useful in situations where not everything is connected. You also have a bunch of different modes when it comes to using selections and then editing it. Like for example, if we select something here, we can clear the selection. If we mark something here and invert it, we'll get the opposite of what we have. We can select all. We can use grow and shrink, which is essentially like, let's clear everything and then select a little bit. And then if we take grow, you can see that it takes essentially all the adjacent triangles that were marked and go like one further out, and equally can shrink using the same method. And yeah, so you have a bunch of different, I'm sure all of these are like common among modelers, so you know what all of these do, but yeah, you have a bunch of different tools for selecting and getting whichever triangles that you're after. And once you have, you can also do things like you can delete them like we did earlier, and you can do disconnects, which is essentially you have a bunch of triangles, and then if you click disconnect, you could theoretically move these. Let's see if we go and do... It's going to be difficult to mark these, I believe. But if we were to take one... No, that doesn't work. Let's get a... No, that doesn't show it either. But you can essentially see it as they are not restrained to the body of the mesh anymore, if that makes sense. So along these lines, essentially, it's like if you were to have all of these triangles marked, then you could essentially bring it up without the mesh following along. You have flip normals. Flip normals, like before, if you mark something and flip the normals, you can see it's going to be working as an opposite. It's going to be showing the mesh geometry surface on the inside instead of on the outside, if that is of interest. You also have the ability to create a polygroup, similar to how we created loops with the polyedit. You can make something like this and create a polygroup, and that's essentially a polygroup now. So if we're in polyedit mode, you can see that we can mark it over here, along with a few different other parts that apparently are polygroups. No, unfortunately our disconnected one does not count as a polygroup, so I can't select it there, but this part that we created we can, and we can alter this if we wanted to, just like before. So a bunch of different parameters available for you to be able to do selections. And why? Well, because you have a lot of options when it comes to doing things on a more granular level when it comes to triangles compared to polygroups. Although polygroups will probably get you very, very far, and you might not even be needing triangular modeling. Now we're in a situation here where I have broken the mesh a little bit. I've created a hole. How do we fix that? Well, we can go to HFill, and HFill here will recognize, depending on the settings here, you have a few different ones. It will show you some statistics of what this model looks like. It currently has identified that there are 3 different holes in this one. And I'm going to be assuming that one of them is because of the flip normals here, one of them is because of the deleted vertices here, or not vertices, triangles. And one is probably because of this disconnect I've made here, so it doesn't really belong to the mesh in the same way as before. And what you can do is, you can see we have a selected hole here. If we click on one of these edges, you can see that it selects the hole. So apparently all of this was considered one hole because we have a hole here. If we were to select everything, you can see, actually it seems like it was only those 2 parts that it considered holes. So what we had here was, in essence, a hole here, and a hole here. So if you have all of them selected now, you can see that it successfully fills 2 of them and it fails to fill one of them. Actually, it might be that it's failing to fill this one. And then it says remaining hole. So if you're more happy with the selection, you can just click accept and it will have filled in the holes. In this case, we have messed up the surface on this a little bit with this one. And this selection I'm gonna still be believing that it cannot identify because it is flipped normals on this one. But yeah, so that's how the H-fill works. It finds holes and allows you to fill them if you have them, and hopefully your meshes are not going to be as broken as this one when you do it. But there will be cleaning up parts about this as well later on. Then we have a mirror. A mirror is essentially what it sounds like. It's a mirror. You can select a mesh and then go to mirror, and then you have this gizmo grid again, and the grid itself will represent a sort of mirror. This is easily visualized by just rotating it, and you can see that we have this mirrored element over here, which is this exact element but over here. And how this works is you can move it around and you can have it on different distances from each other, and you can have them with offsets if you want to as well. You can also go in and say things like how you want to position them. So now it's left, right, now it's right, left. You have up, down, we can't see that because it's below, forward and backward. So there are like different positional ways to project how you want to mirror it. And you can do similar like we have before with our output tools. You can choose how you want to do it, if you want to update assets or create new assets. You have reposition or reorient, that's not what I'm looking for. Mirror and append. Mirror and append or mirror existing. So you can, for example, in this case we would be, let's make this more obvious. We have the mirrored part over here. So mirrored and append will make this new object contain both of these items together. Let's accept that and you'll see. So this is what it was before. Now it is this complete whole object. We could have instead, if we have this object, gone and said we wanted to have a mirror and say we wanted to have it mirror existing only, then we get the result from the mirror. It could be useful for something like, let's say you have a mesh with a spear and a shield. So spear in one hand, shield in the other hand, and you want to have it as sort of a statue outside of a door. Then maybe you want to have a mirror of that statue, so it has both of the statues hold their spear next to the door, for example, and the shields outwards from the door and such. So this is a very handy tool to do that kind of operations. Next up is the planar cut. The planar cut will do something, and you saw here immediately that it sort of changed the viewing of the mesh here. What we do is if we click keep both halves, you can see what it looks like to begin with. Actually, let's, because we created a mirror and it has a hole, we could fill the hole, I suppose. Did I create a very weird mirror, I wonder? Okay, it looks a bit weird, I have to admit. Let's see, we don't have any holes at least. Okay, so we have this object, the static mesh, and we want to planar cut it. We get this cutting grid for the gizmo, which allows us to cut in different places on the mesh, and we can do this either by cutting. Oh, it doesn't show really now, but if we keep both halves, we see both the remains and the thing that we cut off. If we click this out, we'll see whatever we're cutting off. So in this case, we will be cutting off that part. We have the ability to flip it, so we have the opposite being cut off and the other part being kept. You also can export them as separate pieces, and you can also fill cut holes, so you don't have to do the whole operation that we just did earlier. And in addition to that, you can also, if you wanted to have spacings, now when you don't show both, you don't get the option to show spacing, but when you have both, you can set a value here, and you'll essentially see a sort of groove in between, which is separating the two meshes. I'm not entirely sure if this is 1 centimeter, but let's trust the program, I suppose. So you have a few different options when it comes to that as well, if you wanted to. So that's essentially what the planar cut does. Now, last up we have the polycut, and polycut is instead using a tool or a piece of geometry as your cutting tool. And you can see here we have an operation, so we have a few different ways of how we want to cut, how we want it to affect the object. By default we have a sort of circle shape, which again we can translate with our gizmo to place in such a way so that we're happy with the position and how the result looks. We can change things like scale and width, and you have a few different options depending on what kind of a cut you're using. And you can also change the cut. You see you have a bunch of different options here: circle, square, rectangle, so the basic ones. You also have a custom if you want to. The custom will allow you to draw a polygon. So here you want to like be clicking around, but you first need to click draw polygon to go into the right mode. And then you draw a object here. So let's draw a pentagon. So now we have a pentagon, and now this is our object that we're cutting with. So we can use that one to move around here. So it's up to you what kind of geometry you want to be using to cut through a shape with, essentially. And then whenever you're happy with it, you can just accept and you have your new model, essentially. Last up, we have the trim selection, or the trim tool. And let's see, let's take these two objects, because you need two objects. This is sort of like a Boolean operation. So if we take this one and select with this one, actually this is our double object. Let's not break our double object. Let's go with our cylinder over here. So we'll move, actually let's move the cylinder first over here. So we'll select one, select the other one, click on trim, and we get the option of seeing what this looks like. So you can see it is sort of like a Boolean operation, and this decides on which way you will be doing the Boolean operation, if you will remove things from either the cylinder or the other one. And you can see, different from Boolean though, however, we will be left with openings. You have a bunch of different settings here, similar to what we've gone through before, so we don't need to do that. But clicking accept, now you can see that this is the object that I'm now left with, which has holes in it. And there might be reasons for you wanting to have that, maybe in conjunction with chaos destruction possibly. So there might be places for this if you want to, and if you want to do that, this is how it's done essentially. Next up we have sculpting options. So sculpting allows you to create or change meshes dynamically in the editor. You have vertex sculpting and you have dynamic mesh sculpting, and also a few other different objects here. For example, if we click this one and we click lattice, then we get a lattice created around it, which allows us to mark or select different parts of vertices, which we are then able to affect by moving around with the gizmo, which will then be translating the different... Okay, this one is not translating anything. Let's find something more like that. There you go. So now it's translating things. It translates triangles, faces, and vertices in relation to the selections that you make, and they probably have to be within their own little sector as well to be affected, I believe. So yeah, you have the ability to change around and warp your meshes in this way. Other common ways of sculpting, like ZBrush and things like that, make use of sculpting tools like this, I guess, where you can have, let's see here, smooth, linear, inverse, round, box smooth, box linear, inverse, box round. Those are the different fallouts that you have. And in addition to that, you also have, here we go. Here we have different brush types that we can use. So we can click move, and we have our brush, which is brush size, which affects how much we will be affecting. So if we click on something like sculpt max, then we sculpt from that position. Although this is a little bit heavy-handed, you probably want to be a little bit more delicate than I am, but you have also smoothing tools. You can smooth out if you have done something a little bit rowdy like I have. And you can also change, of course, the size of the brush, so you can be a little bit more delicate with your operations as well. So moves as well, you can move around the faces and polygons and triangles of the mesh. And you can do things like pinch, which is essentially like pinching with your fingers, I guess. So you can do things like that. You also have flattens, which can, like it says, flatten out things. Equally, you have also planes, which you create planes based on a normal, so based on what the faces are facing that direction, and then you create an area based on that. You can also have it, based on your camera viewpoint and things like that. So there are a bunch of different ways to approach sculpting, and hopefully you get something prettier than this, because I am not very gifted in this area. But yeah. And then you can see also there's a bunch of other different options in addition to this. You have the strength and the smoothing strength and all kinds of different ways to affect how your brushes are going to affect the meshes themselves. Once you're happy, you can click accept, and this is now your masterpiece. Moving from there, we have some transform abilities also. You have some things like pivot and add actor to act as pivot, and some transform of meshes and splits and converts and stuff like that. And not too knowledgeable about all of these, but I'll show some of them. So pivot, for example, if we have this mesh selected, you can see that we get an option for a bunch of different points. So we can essentially say we want to have a pivot point at the bottom or at the top or in the front or whatever might make sense for our mesh essentially. And then once you have that, then that is where your gizmo is going to be as your pivot point, so you can rotate around that area or manipulate it in such a way. So that's an easy way, an additional easy way to change pivot point in addition to what we have done before, because before we were more like freeform, freehand. We were just moving it around like this, which essentially you can do here as well if you want to. So we can put the pivot point here and then press accept, and this is now where our pivot point is. So this is what we rotate around now. So there's a bunch of options when it comes to this as well. You also have some simpler things like align, for example. Align requires, like booleans, multiple objects. So like when we have two selected, you can see that align is lighting up. And this can be used for things like if you want to have this staircase aligned with this tree, for example. And you can say you want to align it, and then you can say you want to align it along with X or Z or whichever axis that you want to align it to, and then have it align. However, as you can see here, and if we do it like this, you can see the alignment here looks weird because we want it to align in such a way there. If we do this, we do pivot point, we set it to bottom, we say accept, take this one, and we say align, and then we say we want to align to last selected, and we want to have bottom. And you can see that we get our alignment in the bottom, if that is what we're after. And then you can click accept, and you now have transformed them to such a way. So there's ways to align things if you want to as well. Now let's take a look at mesh painting mode. So that's the one we have over here. To start with that, we'll create a new level again. We'll make it a basic one. We'll save the selected one. We'll save this new one to be mesh paints. Inside of here, now that we know how to create a plane with a lot of subdivisions, we can go to modeling mode, and we can go to rectangle, and we can say we want to have one with, let's say, 50 times 50 subdivisions, and we'll just place it in the world. Then going back to select, we can now move this up in the world, and we can verify that we have a lot of divisions by going into wireframe mode. So you can see that it has a lot of that. The reason why we have this is because we need a lot of subdivisions when it comes to mesh painting, because you are painting the different small parts of the mesh, essentially giving it a color that represents a layer. Actually, let's start it this way. So mesh painting, you can see it as sort of having multiple textures on top of each other. Let's say 3. So we have one in the bottom, one in the middle, one in the top. And using colors, we can use red, green, and blue. We can essentially color a plane, and depending on what kind of color it has, it will show the texture of whichever layer that has the color on it. It will make more sense soon, hopefully, but essentially that's it. So that's what you do. And to have these colors be precise enough, you need to have a high enough fidelity when it comes to the texture that you're actually doing the mesh painting on. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be downloading a few surfaces. So we're going to Quixel Megascans, and we're closing down everything else here. Sure. And so. Okay, so we want a few surfaces. To make this very clear what's happening, let's go grab some of different colors. So we'll actually fine road is fine, and let's have something that's maybe a bit gray. So like this one, fine asphalt, we'll download this one. And something that is black, like this rough asphalt here. That should do the trick. The purpose of this is, if I have 3 distinct enough colors, it's easy to see and visualize what is happening when it comes to the meshes and the painting. So we will have these in our Megascans folder. They will be under surfaces, and we have apparently only downloaded a couple of them. So let's get the remaining ones we downloaded. Let's just, okay, that one is there. This one we can add. Nope. This one maybe. Not entirely sure which ones of these I am currently missing, but let's download all of them. I'll get back to you once this is done. Okay, then. We have our different textures. We'll go to the mesh paint. Inside of here, each of these folders will have a material instance, and we need to have multiples of them selected at the same time. So what we can do is we can go to a filter, and we can go to materials, material instance. If we just click material, we won't get a hit, because these are material instances, not materials. So if we go to material instance instead, we can see them. So we have one that's actually rough, fine. It might be good enough colors, I hope. Anyway, so what you need to do is you select them. So we can say that we want to have the white one on the bottom, then we select that one first. Then we have the blue-gray one on top, and then we have the darker one on the middle, and then on the top. So the order here is important. If you go back to bridge then and click this little button here, you can say you want to create a blend material now. So clicking on that, we have now created a blend material. We will be able to find that in a blend materials folder. And if we open that up, we can see what we have here. So we have a base layer albedo, which is this light one. We have a middle layer albedo, which is this darker gray one. And we have this brown one, which is the top one. We can see that's on the names. I'm actually going to find a different... I didn't find them to be different enough, so I'm going to be downloading this red asphalt and creating a new blend for that, so we can maybe have an easier time to distinguish between them. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay then, now you can see here we have a light one, a brown one, and a dark one on top. So this should be clear enough, I think. So dragging this material now, that is named number 2 for me, since I made another one. This is our material. And if we go into mesh paint mode, we can see this by going to paint. So what we have here now is what looks like the white layer. And if we go into color view mode and we go to red channel, sorry, there we go, red channel, we can see everything is red here. In green, everything is green, and blue, everything is blue. So what we want to do first here is we want to swap this, and then we make the size big and we make the strength big, and then we'll just paint. So holding down left mouse button now, we're painting. And what we essentially have done now, you can see that the texture changed. If we go back to red, you can see that it's all black now. If you go to green, it's all black. And if it's blue, it's all black. So we painted all of these with the color black, because these are the channels that we have selected here. And this is what we get then as a result. If you want to start painting layers now, you have a few different things here. So if you unselect all of them and you click in the red one and you hold down the left mouse button, you can see nothing happens. Holding down shift, you see nothing is happening. But something is happening when we come to the red channel. You can see here that when we hold down left, we make it dark, and when we hold down shift, we make it red. So the reason why we think that nothing is happening here is because we have another channel above. Changing to the green one and left clicking, you see nothing is happening. But going to the green channel, actually that's the wrong key. Holding down shift, you can also hold on left mouse button. Now you see something's actually changing. So now we're getting the next layer essentially. So this one allows us to erase the top layer. The top layer is green, so we're erasing the top layer, which is black, by holding down shift. And if we hold on just left mouse button, we're painting over with the top layer. So the top layer can go over the red one, which is our middle layer, but we don't see our bottom layer. To see our bottom layer, we need to click on the red one and hold down shift to erase, and you can see that we get the bottom layer protruding here, which is the white. So it doesn't matter if we erase all the stuff with red here behind the top layer, because the top layer has a priority over the other layers. We need to delete the green layer, which is the top layer, to be able to see the layer beneath. So essentially this is the layer when we have nothing on is the base layer. The red layer is our middle layer that we apply upon it. The green layer is the top layer that we apply upon that one, and also on the base layer if we are attempting to do that. And our blue layer in this case is something that we can enable if we go to our material by using use puddle layer and clicking that to true. Then we'll be able to get some puddle-like layer. So clicking in blue now, we actually automatically have everything puddled, but holding down shift and painting over all of it, we can remove it essentially. And we can try to get a better view, and we'll do some left clicking now. Slow down the camera speed a little bit. Get a bit closer, you can see that we have some reflection puddles here as well now. So this is mesh painting in the basics essentially. You have these textures layered upon each other, and you can paint them out with different colors and have them blend in a nice way. So you can have some nice asphalt, for example, and then in certain places you can have some more broken asphalt to make it look a little bit asymmetrical. You can put some puddles here and there, and maybe you have some parts in the ends or the sides of the road next to the asphalt, which is supposed to be sand or something. And you can do that with this kind of approach if you wanted to. Okay. So let us take some of what we have learned and some of what we have been able to create earlier and see how we can apply it to create a scene. So here we have a new map I just created. I called it Forest Scene, and from scratch we will create a little bit of a scene and we will be making use of some assets that we have available to us through the marketplace. So if we go to the marketplace, inside of the marketplace we have a section under free and permanently free collection where we can find things that will be, as it says, permanently available to us. And here we have some assets that we can make use for this specific scene that I have in mind. So if we scroll down a little bit here, you can see we have something called a Landscape Pro 2.0 auto-generated. If we click in on this one and make sure to get it for free, and then you add it to the project that we have, and then after that you go back and you add this stylized fantasy provencal asset pack. Make sure to add that to your project as well, and I'll see you once that is done. Now back in our project, we can see, if we open up our browser here, we can see under content that we have some new folders that have appeared. The STF folder here corresponds to the forest scene that we saw, or the forest asset pack. And we also have the stylized provencal assets folder in this place. So this will be some of the assets that we will be making use of to create our scene. So starting off, we'll start like we have started many of the other times. We will start off by going to Windows and Environmental Light Mixer, and we'll make sure to add a skylight, atmospheric light, sky atmosphere, volumetric cloud, and height fog. So now we have the basics. Then we want to create our landscape. So we'll go to the landscape mode. And here we can, if we want to, create a material to have for our landscape. We haven't had one earlier other than like just something as placeholder, but now for once we actually do have a landscape. So if we open up our folder and go into STF, we have a folder called environment, landscape, and V2 here. He has made a second version. So you can see the hierarchy level here that you need to traverse to get here. And here he has some different materials that you could make use of for landscape. If you want to see specifics and learn more about them, you can go to the asset on the marketplace, and there will be some links there for you to go through what the author of these assets have created. He created some tutorials to show off how you can make use of his asset if you want to. But essentially what we can do here is we can just mark the M Landscape Pro version 2. We can click on this little box here to have it applied as our material for our landscape. And then we can, well, before we create, we want to make sure that we have edit layers, because it's going to be used in this instance. So click create, and we will have our landscape created for us. So this is what it will look like to begin with. It will load in a bunch of grass, and it will probably start, it doesn't start with shaders yet, but it will for sure. How this works now is this material, or this landscape, has a material. If we go to select mode and we click on our landscape and we go to our material here, the landscape material, and we can either click and get it up here, or we can just double click on the material here and we'll get it. So this is essentially how he has built his landscape material, which gives us a lot of things for free. This is of course a bit complex to go through, but you can see among other things that he has a few different sections that are called layers. So what he has is one of each of these layers corresponds to a sort of a biome, or a tiling of environment essentially. So you can have something like grass, for example, you can have rocks, you can have maybe puddles, you can have something like desert or forest, things like that. So he has generated a few different ones here that have a bunch of information in it. So what one can do is either create a material instance from this by right clicking and going to material instance, and then using this instance as our material instead here. So if we go and we have this one marked and we go to where our material is, it would be easier this way, and click the arrow, you can see that it will be replaced by It should, oh okay, I didn't rename. I usually rename it MI to know that it is, with a prefix MI to know that it's a material instance. In this case I didn't do it, so it got an instance in the end here. But yeah, so now we have the material instance here. And the reason to use this is, of course, like we've gone through before, editing something in an instance makes it easier and goes faster. And double clicking this, you can see that we have a bunch of different parameters here. So you can, if you wanted to, change the different textures that are used in this material. You can change a bunch of different settings and scales and weights and such things. You have a lot of freedom to customize this to whatever needs you have if you want to. But it works fine just out of the box for most cases and to at least accomplish what we want to accomplish. So we go back to landscape mode because now we need to learn how to create and use these layers. So if we go to paint, and you can see it has no material left. We want to go to manage actually. We want to go here and we want to, no, landscape, sculpt, paint, and let's see. There we go, layers. I was so blind that I could not see where they were. Anyway, here we have them. So here you can see it has a bunch of different layers created. And you can see that they all have this drop down that says none to them. To be able to use these, we need to create something that's called, if you click the plus sign here, a weight blended normal layer. Clicking on that, you'll get a suggestion for where to place it. Will be put in a forest scene shared assets here with a name of layer info. So layer info is what we want to have created. It will take the name of whatever name it has as a layer here to begin with, so we can just click save. And then we go through and do that for all the others. We click blended, so this one gets that name, we click save, and we continue through the list doing this. So I'll be returning to you once I have done that for all the different layers. So you continue doing that for now. There. I have gone through all the different layers and created these layer infos for them now. You might have noticed as you were creating them after the first one that it changed from being just grass and a black ground to actually now having a ground between the grass here now. So you can see that there is ground that the grass is standing on. That's because everything here is painted in the landscape by default with the first layer that we have here. So this layer is painted everywhere. And you might be wondering where the grass is coming from. This is all part of this landscape material. So we get that for free here. So we don't need to put in foliage if we don't want to. We still can if we wanted to, of course. So how do we make use of this landscape material? In this instance, this landscape material has a bunch of different types. It has a grouping of 3, you can see here. The layer 1, layer 1, layer 1. So one is a layer 1 with grass, one is a layer 1 with no plants, and one is a layer 1 with puddles. So if you want to change the landscape ground somewhere, what you do is you first of all you get a strength on the tool, size on the tool. We can make something smaller so it's easier to see. And then let's choose the layer 1 no plants, for example, because we do have plants right here now. You might be able to see, I probably want to have some higher camera speed here as well so we can traverse this big landscape. What will happen is if we left click now, we will start painting this layer. The first time you click and paint on a layer, you can see that the ground becomes this checkerboard thing. And that will happen every time that you use a new layer. If I left click again now, you can see that it doesn't do the checkerboard. You can see all the grass disappear, but it doesn't do the checkerboard. If I were to go here and click on layer 1 puddles and left click, you can see it goes to checkerboard for a little moment as well. So every time you add a new layer or paint a new layer in one of these quadrants, you can see the orange outlines of the quadrants of the landscape that consists of the landscape parts. Each new section will need to be sort of generated with that. So I've only painted this layer inside of this part so far, but if I were to click over here, you can see that this would get the checkerboard and then it would generate from that. So that's why that is happening. So if we go back to layer 1 here and we paint this back again, you can see that the grass here is being generated where we have the layer 1 of this created. If we take this layer with no plants and start drawing something, you can see that when we stop the left clicking, you can see that wherever we have painted that grass, we won't get any, sorry, that ground, we won't have any of that grass showing. So that's how that works. And now we can choose to do different layers and just paint and get a feeling for what we want to have somewhere. And they will have different types of foliage connected to them. So you can see this type of grass here on the layer 1 is different from the grass and flowers that are available here on the layer 2. So that's how he has set up this landscape material. You get foliage automatically with some distribution by default. You can change this distribution in the landscape material if you want to, or you can use these different layers to paint out where you want to have less of some foliage somewhere if you wanted to as well. So essentially what I want to do here is going to be a fairly simple scene. What we will be doing is, first of all, we're going to be going out so we can see the whole landscape more or less. We will be going and putting the tool strength at 1, so it is going to be not as smooth, it's going to be pretty harsh, and it's going to be painting in everything that we want to paint in immediately. We're going to be taking a maximum brush, and we're going to be going down to the 7th layer, which is a forest layer. Doing this, we can just left click and then paint. You can see in sort of red where we have actually painted. And doing this, we can paint the whole landscape like this. And now we have created a forest, essentially. Let's go back to select mode for now, and let's go a little bit closer in and see what this looks like. So going in here, you can see that there isn't a whole lot in the ways of forest right now. We just have some foliage on the ground, and that's fine for now. This landscape material uses something called procedural generation when it comes to the trees specifically, and I'll show how to get that in right now. Open up our content folder. We can go to our folder for this, the STF. We can see he has environment, he has a foliage section and a procedure foliage section. If you go to procedure foliage, he has created these two classes over here. One is called spawner and one is called spawner 2. And these are classes that we can, or classes, they are technically procedural foliage spawners, as you can see in the tooltip down there. We can drag one of these in and we can then generate the trees that he has connected to this landscape. To be able to make use of one of these though, we need to go to editor preferences and type in foliage, I believe. Yeah, so procedural foliage here allows the usage of procedural foliage systems. We click that in, we can close this out. Opening this up, we can take the one that's not numbered 2, but the one that's just called foliage spawner. We drag it out into the world and you'll sort of hopefully see that we have a volume box created here now. So how this one works is that it will generate foliage procedurally for everything that the volume encompasses. So going up to scale, we can go and say something like, let's go 500 in X, 500 in Y, and let's see how that is. So it's a pretty big box. We can probably unhook the lock and make it 100 or something like that. Seems fine. It seems to encompass pretty much everything right now. And we can still see we do not have any trees. If you at any point want it to re-simulate what the volume is covering, you can scroll down and there should be a re-simulate button here. Clicking on that will then re-simulate and you'll see that we have a bunch of trees now spawned in. So we now have what is actually looking like a forest. So that's a good start. From here I want to make a little bit of a clearing. I want to be able to make a little bit of a space for a little bit of a house from the Provencal asset pack. And I also want to make some space for us to have a little bit of a river to make it so that we have something like a story told where the person who lives in the house has this river he is living next to where he can get water for his sustenance. So to do this we need to go back into our landscape mode again, and we can make our brush much smaller so we can be a little bit more surgical about this. And from here we can choose to have maybe, let's say we take the layer 1 with no plants and we draw out something of a line here, and we can make it a little bit like so, and maybe we'll make a little bit of a clearing here as well. So the idea here is that we have a river going somewhere here and we have a little bit of a clearing for our house over there. Now we go back to our select node again, we get our Procedural Foliage tool and we click Resimulate, which will get rid of the trees in the areas where there no longer should be trees, in the areas that doesn't have the 7th layer anymore. And now we have something where we can actually place down some things in. And actually it should have, I thought I picked no plants. Shouldn't be showing any plants here in my opinion. Yet it does. Let's try let's try layer 1 and see what that looks like, if it reacts to us reapplying it maybe. Okay, so it seems like this one needs to know about layer 1 to be able to have layer 2. So now that it knows about layer 1, it knows that the rest of the parts here doesn't have grass, which is a little bit odd, but yeah, at least it's something that we can work with. So now we have non-grass areas. This quadrant here doesn't seem to know about this again, so we'll just do that a little bit quickly and then we'll get rid of it like so. Okay, so now we have some areas that are clear from foliage and we have some openings to use here. That's good. Now we can go back into select mode and we can bring in our river. So let's go to our create over here and we can type in water and we'll get the water body river. We'll drag it out in here and we'll have a spline like this. This is not what we want to have, so we'll rotate it around a little bit, move it a little bit. Like so. And then we can also, if we want to adjust where our different points go as well, to align with where we have made the clearing here. So we'll drag this one way up here somewhere. We can even possibly do something like this. We'll drag off a new point and drag it up here so we get a little bit of a bend. Okay, so let's deselect and reselect so we have the actual object of the water. Now we can, if we want to, erase it if we want to have the terrain raised around the water, or we can lower it if we want to have it sort of as a little bit lower than the other terrain here. This looks okay-ish. Can raise it maybe a little bit. You can also play around with the settings of the water, of course, if you wanted to, but not going to making this too advanced. We can let it go a bit out into the forest like so it disappears a little bit in there, because I was thinking maybe we can have something like maybe a view like this or something. Looking in from the forest, we can place our house here, maybe something like that. So we'll just have our stream going by here. I think that might look nice. Yeah, so that's what we can do there. When it comes to landscapes generally, my feeling is that the best approach is always to approach something with you do the biggest strokes that you can first, so you get the general feeling for the landscape, how you want it to look. Then you do things like have the different biomes put down where you want them to. Then you can paint the different landscape layers. Then you can start putting down like the large foliage and large things. So things like buildings and villages maybe. And always work your way downwards towards details, having the smallest thing be the last things that you add. So you get a general sense of how something feels. So if you feel like this doesn't feel completely right, you want to move some things around, you don't have to move all of these small things yet because you haven't placed them. You use the larger portions to get the general sense first, and then you work your way downwards and get more fidelity as you move along. Anyway, from here we can add some building then. So let's go to our stylized provincial here, and we go into the meshes folder. Here you can see we have a bunch of different meshes. We can take something that looks like this static mesh house 1 here, for example. We can drag it out and see what it looks like. That didn't work very well. Let's try that again. And this looks like it might be a decent house. It looks a little bit blown out right now, so we might want to fix that. We can do this by first getting a different feel for this by selecting something, holding down Ctrl and L to get our light, and then we can get our light to come from a different angle. This might give us a bit better feel for what we are actually after as well. Find some kind of view that we like. This is interesting. We can see something here when we have it completely dark. The sun is below the horizon right now. You can see a little bit of illumination in the sky. We can see that this specific house actually has some vines growing on them that are emissive. Let's fix that, because if we want to have a darker scene, then that's not gonna look very nice. Of course, the windows being emissive here, we can see that that's perfectly fine, because we can imagine that there's light coming from the inside. But looking at the different materials that we have available on this house, let's see what we have here. Looking for something called possibly vine. Okay, flora. This is probably what we are after. Let's go to that material. We can say that it's a material instance, which is good because that means that we can possibly change some settings directly here and see what the results are. So let's see what we have here. Emissive intensity. We can disable that and we won't have an emissive anymore. This makes much more sense to me. Just save that and clear it down. And let's bring the light back up a little bit again, so we can see something like that might work for us for now. We'll of course be making some more adjustments to the light to end up with something else. Let's see, what about placement? We maybe want it to look something like this, perhaps. Bring it down a bit. We don't want it to be floating like it is, for example, here. So we can just bring it out a little bit into the terrain, and that should be okay. See what it looks like over here. Seems to look okay, I think. We'll try that and see. If we don't like it, we can always move it a little bit inwards and a little bit upwards like that, if we feel that it has sunk too far in, for example. But that seems to work fine for now. Let us bring in a post-process volume to allow us to give some more control over what our scene looks like. So we'll go up here, we'll type in posts, we'll drag in a post-process volume. We'll make sure that it is set to infinite by typing in infinite we'll check this. So we'll make sure that the post process works across the whole scene. We can now type in exposure or expose, and we can change the minimum and maximum brightness to both be 1. This will give us a little bit more grounded scene, I think, when it comes to the lights. We can now move the lights around a little bit and see what this looks like when we have some direct sunlight. I think this looks much better, and if we make it more towards the night, it's very, very dark, but we have a lot of trees, so that makes sense that not a lot of light reaches it. But yeah, we'll keep something like this for now, so we have some sunlight to see what it looks like. And that looks okay for now. We can close this down. I do, however, want to get a little bit of God rays or volumetric light here. So let's see here. If we go to our skylight, we want to make sure that we have real-time capture to get some of our skylight to be used in our scene. Let's check our directional light. We have something called light shaft occlusion we can click in here. And also on our volumetric height fog, or our exponential height fog, sorry, we should have some volumetric fog setting, right? And now we can see we're getting a little bit of it, but if we increase the fog density a lot here, it will hopefully be a little bit more clear. We can move the light around a little bit and see we have some rays that are being caught in particles in the fog, essentially giving us sort of a volumetric fog effect like this. It's the clearest we can get like this. If we wanted to, we can probably go to directional light has something called bloom, light shaft bloom. You can toggle that if you want as well. It will make if you toggle it on and off, you can see that it makes a difference for the light over there. So it does make it much stronger. You also have the ability to adjust it with the bloom scale here and the bloom thresholds also, if you want to tweak it a little bit to get a very specific feel that you're after. I guess this looks pretty okay right now. Yeah, I kind of like this. Now, if we're feeling that this is sort of getting closer to what we want to have, we might feel that the ground is a little bit barren and a bit tiled as well, which we can hide with some foliage. So going to our foliage tool again, we can choose to, you can see we already have a bunch of different foliage that we can make use of here. We can either have some of the rocks or some of the small pines, or if we wanted to, we can also add something else that we have, because in this foliage folder here, you see you have a bunch of different categories of what you can put in. So if you wanted to have something like grass, let's see, we can take maybe these two grass groupings, maybe all three of them, and just drag them up here to our foliage type. And then they're automatically marked now because we just added them. We can make our brush size a little bit smaller. And now if we just click, we can get them to populate the ground a little bit. I'm not entirely happy with how this looks. It's a little bit either too small or too infrequent. So we may want to change some of the settings on these. Let's see, density. Let's ramp this up to maybe 400 on this one, let's say. 400 on this one. And play around a little bit with the numbers and see what we like. And let's try this again. We can see that we're adding more, but it's looking a little bit spotty, to be honest, and a little bit too fragmented. So we may want to either really crank this up or change out this foliage to something else. Let's see if we can find something. Maybe bushes would be good here. I think there was a bushes category. We have a bush category over here. So we seem to have one bush. Let's try that bush and see what that looks like. And we want to uncheck the other grasses that we don't want to make use of. And this one as well. We still have some of them painted here. You can see the numbers, of course. So I didn't do a proper cleanup of them, but I think I'm okay with that. And let's see, where is our bush? Is this our bush? This is our bush. So putting these down, bushes make sense that they are a little bit more spread out than the grass was. So having it a little bit random like this makes sense. Of course, if you want to have it more dense with it, you can always tweak these numbers to whatever you feel is looking better. I feel like having bushes like here sort of sells the story of having this family or person living here. Possibly these are bushes that they are farming for berries and such. Let's go back to our select tool. So this sort of looks okay in that regard, I think. You might want to have some rocks added around the places where the bushes aren't. Let's go back to the foliage tool, see what kind of options we have available to us when it comes to the stones and rocks. So we have some large rocks and small rocks. Let's take some small rocks. Let's take a grouping of this. And let's see, it has default 100. Let's see what that looks like. It is really small rocks, I think. Yeah, you see here, they're really small. Then we can actually also paint them in around the bushes to have small rocks around them, because most likely you wouldn't be removing all the small rocks, but larger rocks you probably would. So let's see what the large rocks look like. We can add, let's take these two. And they should be selected, yes. Okay. Let's make the tool a little bit smaller and see what that looks like. Okay, that was a rather large rock. Let's not have it like that. Let's change it so that they are either smaller, so maybe 0.2, that means a fifth. Let's only take one of them for now and see what it looks like. That means that they're going to be that big. That might make sense, or maybe even smaller, so 0.1 maybe. Now they are that size. Also, something that makes sense when you're doing things like this is having a character in the scene. So we don't currently have a character in this content. So we can bring one in by clicking add, and we can add a feature or content pack, and we can get a third person. Add that to the project. That means that we will be loading in those assets from that template, which means that we now have a third person character here, which we can put in, or we can get the actual mannequin mesh. Let's see, one over here. Let's close this one down and let's put a man in here. So this gives us a rough estimate of how large things are, which is always good to have, so you know what you're dealing with when it comes to scale, because sometimes it's easy to lose track. But seeing this, we can see that these rocks are fairly large in compared to a human, so these might be good to have spread around a little bit on the outside. Let's make this one also return with 0.1 and 0.1 and activate it, and then paint some rocks around the edges of where we want to have the bushes. So it feels like this is a bit of a rocky area, but where the bushes are, They have been mostly cleared because we want to have our bushes free from intrusion and interruption from Mother Nature. Like so. So you have some more general debris essentially of the area. And you can always keep on adding to this as well. But let's say we're done with the foliage for now and say that this is what we're happy with. We might want to go into detail level now when it comes to other props around here. If we say that we're happy with this house, we can go in and see what other objects they have. Stylized barnacle, and we go to meshes. You can see we have some barrels here. We have a barrel, and what you can do is all the assets that you feel that you might be interested in, you can always drag in one of each of them. So like so, maybe we want to have a bench, and maybe we want to have a crate, and maybe we want to have a fence, and there's another fence, so we can get some variation. And we also have a flower pot here. Let's take the flower pot. One ended up in the ground. Since we have a flower pot, let's put in some flowers. I'll put that by the flower pot for now. And maybe a jar. And yeah, so you can keep doing this. So for now, let's see that this is what we're happy with. So let's build upon our story that we want to sell. So maybe this box makes sense to have over here. We're storing things under the protection of the roof here so it doesn't get wet when it rains. Maybe we have a barrel standing over here where we have some things that are not as precious as the contents of the box. Maybe it's next to an open barrel of the same type. Maybe we duplicate the box and have another box, or sorry, barrel over there. Maybe we place the vase next to the boxes, or sorry, again, barrels. Maybe we want to have the flowers connected to our flower bed here, so we put it in a position where we want to have it, maybe like something like that, and shift control, left click on them to select multiples, of course, control G to group them, which means that if we click any of them now, both of them will be grabbed, and that means that they are moving together. So let's say we have over here someone is working in the shade sometimes to do some herbing, planting some flowers over there. Maybe we have these fences over here, sort of keeping the children from being too close to the river when they're near the mother doing the planting of the pots and flowers, something like that maybe. Maybe the mother needs the bench to sit on while she's working with the flower bed. So we can move that into a position where it makes sense, something like that. And just add to your story that you want to sell and give it a little bit of characters. Now we have made these small items blend in to be part of the scene, and they just enrich the story and what you're trying to tell a little bit more. So looking from our direction over here from the forest, perhaps something like this. Starting to look a little bit better. We have this idyllic little scene here with family living in a house. They have some related things to their normal everyday life, and you see this river which keeps them alive, and these trees which just brings a ambiance of living out with nature alongside it. And of course, once you're done with this, maybe you don't want to have a robot mannequin anymore, so maybe then you want to delete it from the scene so you can have something like this completed. Now, let's say we wanted to just create a screenshot of our environment. We need to find the location. In this case, we have a bit of a problem here with some trees in the water. We don't want that to be shown, so we need to get an angle here where it looks good. Maybe we want an angle where we have it taken from under some branches. We get a sort of a feel of glimpsing at a house from inside of the forest, which if we're standing out here in the open, we don't really get a feeling that there is a forest behind us here. So that's maybe something we want to do with our look. Of course, this is completely up to you. And also, if you want to see what it looks like, you can press the G key and you'll see what the result will actually look like. So maybe something like this will cover up some of the problems we have with the trees and my river over there. Maybe somewhere over here, so we get some of our sunshines being cascaded into the volumetric height fog. Also have some of the branches here. Maybe something like this would be a nice screenshot. So let's say you have found a situation where you want to create a screenshot out of your environment. There are a few different ways you can do this. The simplest way is just going to up here. You have a high resolution screenshot button, and you can choose to have multipliers for your sizes and some other small things. And then you just press capture and it will save it in a folder related to the project, and then you're done. So now let's take a look at the more game and code oriented part of Unreal Engine and learn a little bit of the basics there. For this we will be creating a new project, and we will be choosing the vehicle template to start off with. So start off doing that, and I'll see you once we're started. Once the project is started up, this is something like what you will have to begin with, and if we press play, you can see that we get thrown into a car and we have the ability to drive around a little bit with it. So let's actually do some coding and change this up a little bit to suit our needs and learn a little bit about blueprinting. To start off, blueprinting is a visual script language that is available in Unreal Engine, which allows you to do a lot of functionality in a visual way that is a little bit friendlier for beginners. And you have a lot of functionality available to do in blueprints. So if you are a little bit averse to starting off learning C++, there's really not a big need for it in the beginning. You can always transition into learning C++ later. How this works is we will be checking our content folder here. We have a vehicle template folder, we have a blueprint inside of it, and we have a chaos vehicle blueprint, but that's not what we're after. We're after one in the sports car folder called sports car pawn. Opening this up, this is what a blueprint looks like, and it is very similar to what we have been working with previously. Essentially, this is what we have. We have these different nodes with different functionality inside of them, and they will execute and do certain things, and that lets us have an effect on the world in different ways. In this case, we can look at it a little bit like this. If we check at something like, let's do the move forward here. So there's an event. Is this what this is called? It is something that is triggered when something happens. You can have a lot of events available to you to begin with, or you can create new events yourself if you want to. So whenever this event happens, then it will execute code. And how this works is there's a white line, which is the execution thread, which is how the code will execute. So you can see that it has a branch over here, and it can choose to go either a top row or a bottom row here, depending on the condition here that's being determined by this comparison here. Then it will be, depending on if it's true or false, it will be calling these blue boxes, which in this case are functions. You can see that they're functions because they have an F in the top left corner. And other things that might be good to know here is things like the color coding of the variables. So the green here represents variables for floats. And the variable is essentially just a container that contains some information. And that information can come in a bunch of different shapes and forms. So if we go here to variables and click plus, we can add a new variable. We can just keep the default name for now. And you can see in this drop down we have a bunch of different colors and names representing different types of variables that we have. So you can have booleans, which can have values true and false, which is why we have a true and false over here. We can have integers, which are whole values. We can have floats, which are fractional values. We can have name, text, and string, which are different ways of displaying text, essentially. We can have vectors, which can represent things like a position in the world. So it contains a X, Y, and Z location in the world. You can have a rotator, which contains a X, Y, and Z rotation in the world. You can have a transform, which contains a vector for the position, a rotator for the rotation, and another vector for the scale of an object. So it contains like a bunch of information. In addition to that, the most commonly used is also objects or components, which are going to be colored blue like this. So this is a vehicle movement component. We can see it over here. This is our component list. So this is all the different components that our blueprint consists of. A component is essentially a bit of, in best case, modularized code, which you can have to have added functionality. So you can like drop in a component to something and you instantly get a bunch of functionality. So you can like reuse code and such. So that's the component list, and that's what that does. Down here we have, among other things, like we've seen, blueprints variables. We can also have macros, which are sort of like events, but you can do some more advanced things with them. You can have, in this case, you can see we have only one execution node. Macro can have multiples, for example. This represents sort of what a macro node consists or looks like. It has an input node, and you have defined two different output nodes, and it can also take inputs and outputs in form of variables. Function is pretty close to what an event is. However, an event does never have a return value, while a function can have that. So you can send information into a function and you can get a value out from a function, and then you can make use of that information. We don't have one of those, so I can show you here. Well, here we do. So set actor transform here, for example, is a function. It takes 4 different inputs and it returns 2 outputs. So once you have executed this piece of code and it executes onward here, you can make use of this information if you wanted to. So we're not going to be doing something super advanced. In this example, we are just going to be enhancing our existing code for this car, which we spawn in when we start playing. And we're just going to be adding some objects in the world for us to interact with. So what I'm thinking here is we can create an object we can place in the world. And whenever we run into this object in the world, we can increase a counter for our car. Something very, very simple. So let's start off with that. First off, we need to right click and go to blueprints. And we can actually go here and choose a blueprint class. The first thing we need to do is we need to choose what our parent class is. Parent class means we determine what kind of things we will inherit when it comes to functionality to begin with. One of the more base classes are the actor class, which essentially only holds a position in the world and not much else than that. And you can see here that it is an actor. It's an object that can be placed and spawned in the world. So we'll choose the actor because it will be fine for our needs. We'll be naming it BP, which is the prefix for correspond to blueprint, so we know that it's a blueprint. And we'll call it let's call it pickup. That's fine. Inside of this object we can now do things, and in this viewport here we can navigate just like we can in the normal world. So here we can see a representation of our object in the world. So currently we just have a default scene root, which is represented by this icon, and of course we also have all the details on the right hand side like we have with most things when it comes to Unreal Engine. So here we want to add a component. The first thing we want to add is a sort of representation in the world. So what we can do here is we can choose to have a static mesh, for example, and this static mesh will now be what we see in the world. So we can go here to, when we have static mesh chosen, we have a static mesh option over here in the details, and we can choose an object here. So if we were to choose a cube, for example, then this is what we'll get. And if we were to place it in the world now, like so, we drag our pickup into the world, you can see that it has the cubelet we have chosen. So that is how that works. So now we have a physical representation. This object now, we want to have a sort of, when we interact with it, when we run into it, we want to have something happen. So to do this, we can first make sure that we have the right collisions. So if we go to collisions, we can see here we have blocking all dynamic. We don't want to be blocking something. Blocking means that we will be preventing something from passing through. What we instead want to have is we want to have overlap all. This means that we're allowing everything to pass through us unless they have a different rule set essentially. So doing it like so, we can now overlap things. Once we have chosen that we can overlap things, we can go here to the bottom of our details when we still have our static mesh selected. And we can say on component begin overlap, there's a plus sign, and clicking on there, we will say that we will be implementing this specific event. And this event will trigger when this static mesh object, which we have as a component here, is overlapped by something. So what we can do here is we can drag out from the execution node, type in print. This little context bar or box that we get gives us a sort of overview of what we can do when we're working with blueprints. Just dragging it off like this, you can see we have a lot of different categories, and all of these different categories have a bunch of different functionality in them in form of functions and other things. And by typing in this bar up here like print, it will then be reducing our amount of options available to the things that correspond to what we have written here. So in this case, I want to have a print string here. So clicking on it, I'll get the function for print string. And in here, I can type in some kind of information that I want to be shown in the world. So for now, we can have hello here, and we can save, and we can check. This is where our start is. So this is where the player will be starting with the car. So we can press play, and we will be able to run into this box now. And you can see that it types hello in blue text in the top left there. In case you didn't see it, we can run over this box again. If I'm a better driver, like so, and it says hello. So now already we have some functionality where we have some interaction between the different things here. So what we want to do here is when we run over this box, we want to inform the player that they have driven over us, and we want to give it a point essentially. So to do that, we need to have a few things. First thing, we need to have a visual representation for these points to be shown. If we go back to our content browser and we go up to the blueprints folder, you can see we have a blueprint here. You can see that it's a blueprint, a widget blueprint. If you hover over it, you get some details on it. A widget blueprint is something that you use for user interfaces. By double clicking this, we can get how this one looks. And this corresponds to what we see when it comes to the gear and the speed when we actually play with the car. So if we see here down in the left, you can see that it changes depending on our speed. And yeah, so that, oh sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. So that's what we want to essentially build upon further. So inside of this, you can see we have a hierarchy here. We're going to be adding a text, just a simple text, and we'll be dragging it to the overlay. This will place it here in the overlay, and we can then position this in the world here depending on where we want to have it. How this works is we have this hierarchy of different widget components, which has been created to create a sort of structure. So if I click on the overlay here, for example, you can see that we get a green border, and this corresponds to the whole overlay that's existing here. If we click on the horizontal box, which is just below it, we can see that this is the part of the screen that this corresponds to. So if we were to click on the eye here, for example, you can see that everything in there disappears. And inside of that, you can see we have a size box, a vertical box, some other texts and things like that to structure it in a certain manner. Now this horizontal box here has been positioned to the bottom left here, based by an alignment to the left and an alignment to the bottom. And then it also has some padding to make sure that it gets a bit from the screen borders. So we can do something similar. So we can take our text block and say that we want to have it on the right hand side, in the bottom for example, and maybe we want some padding similar to what they have. So we can type in 32 and we'll get something identical to that. Inside the text we can type in a example text of what this could look like. So we can type in like 51 for example. So if we were to have 51 points, this is what it would look like. It's not very big, we might want to have it larger. So we can go into font, for example. Can change the size to maybe, I don't know, 84. That looks a bit better. So let's say that this is what we want to have essentially. So this number will represent what we have as points in the form of number of objects we have picked up. We can compile and save. We can make sure that this text has a name that corresponds to what we want. So we can say pickup points. Caps lock was on. Pickup points. We need to make sure that the checkbox for is variable is checked in so we can actually access it, because if we go to graph here, you can see that we actually have a blueprint behind the user interface object as well here. And we have some information here when update gear is happening, which is an event, update speed is happening, and we also have a pre-construct. What we will be doing is we'll be creating a very simple event of our own. We'll just be right-clicking, typing in custom, and choosing add custom event. We'll choose to name this, let's say, add a point. So we will be adding a point to whatever we have as our current point counter. Now we named this, let's see what we named it. What did we name it? Pickup points. So this is a reference to the actual text object itself. From this we can type in get text. And you can see here we will be able to get a text here. This will be of the type text, and we want to increase that. We can drag off from it and say plus, or type in plus, and we'll get an operation for plus, and you can say that it doesn't really like that. So to do this we need to first convert this information into something that it understands. Since we will be working with whole numbers, also known as integers, what we can do is when we type in add, we can right click and say convert pin, and we can say integer. It will make them color coded to correspond to integers. By dragging the text into this, we can see that the text is not compatible with an integer because it doesn't want to translate like that. We can, however, type in string, for example. Text can be converted to a string, and a string in turn is easy to convert to a integer. Then we can say that we want to have the number 1 added to this value. So this means that we will be checking whatever we have in our pickup points UI element. We will be taking the text from it. We will be converting it to a string, adding 1 to it, and then we can set the text back to what it is now with the new value. So if we drag off from pickup points again and we say set text, we're now going to be setting the text to a value, or a text in this case. However, we do have this value in an integer, so that doesn't work directly. So you can see that it will say we will be converting the integer to text, which gives us a little bit of a translation box for us, so that it does it for us like this. There's more information you can do here to control how it does this conversion, but for now this is fine. So if we do this and we go back and set this value to a 0, so have that as our starting value, and compile and save, and we then go to our pickup. We now need to communicate from this pickup to whomever drove over us, which is going to be this other actor, that we have been picked up. So this sports car blueprint we can create a function for, or an event. We can call this, right click and do another custom event, and we can call this picked up a point. or something like that. And in our pickup here now, we can theoretically send this information. However, this actor that we get here is a type of actor, so the base class, and our sports car is not an actor. Well, it's technically inheriting from an actor, but it's not an actor itself as in this specific class, because this class is a sports car pawn. This event that we have created here only exists on this pawn or on this blueprint, so we need to know that it's this type of blueprint to be able to call this event that we just created. To show this, we can go to our pickup and we can say go other actor, and we can say cast and sports car pawn. We just drag this off for a bit. If we are able, this is when it succeeds and this is when it fails, meaning that it can identify it as a car, and here it is not that car. Dragging off from this, we can now type in add point, and you can see that we do not get, what did I call it? Picked up a point, I called it. Picked up a point. You can see that we can see the function here. So it can identify that that function exists now because it knows that it's a sports car. If we were to drag off from the actor itself and say picked up a point, or picked even, you can see it doesn't appear here because this actor doesn't know about that. So one way we could do this is by having a cast and say if it is a sports car that has been driven over us, then we call on its picked up a point function, or event in this case. If we go out to our sports car pawn now, we can say here, okay, if this function is called, let's print out a value, and we can say picked up something, exclamation mark. So if we now drive, and we drive over this box, you can see that it says picked up something. So the communication is now happening between our pickup and our car. So our car is now getting this information. Our car, however, is now needing to send this information to its user interface to say that I picked up a pickup on the course. Our car, however, doesn't know of this user interface here, because the user interface doesn't actually belong to the car, it belongs to the controller. What a controller is essentially the brain or the representation of a player in a game. And in our case here we have a vehicle player controller next to a UI here. And if we open that one up, this one is the one that actually knows about the UI, and we actually stumbled upon it being created here. So on the event begin play, which is the event that is being run whenever an object in the world is spawned in, essentially. It creates a vehicle UI widget, which is the one that we've been working with, and it sets it and it adds it to the viewport so we can see it, and then it saves some references to the car and such things, and then it checks up every tick, meaning every frame that is played in the game. It will check and update the speed of the car to make sure that the UI is seeing that, essentially. So inside of the controller we have down here in variables, you can see a vehicle HUD. This is a reference to the user interface that we have up here. So in our car we know which controller we belong to. So this car is controlled by a player. If we type in, we just right click on the background and we type in get controller, we get some suggestions here, but we have one that says under the category pawn, which is what this character is, a sports car pawn. And a pawn essentially means that it is an object that can be controlled by a controller. If we type in get controller here, you can see we have an input which is defaulted to self, meaning that it's going to be inputting the blueprint that we're in now, so the sports car. And we're going to be getting an output here which is of the type controller object reference. This controller object reference is just a default controller object reference. It isn't a specific one. So in this case over here we have a vehicle player controller. It's actually a more advanced version of the controller here. If we were to drag off from this one and say cast vehicle player controller, then it would be trying to first get the controller from this pawn and then checking if it is of this type, and if it is of this type, we can now manipulate it. So from this we know that it had a widget. So if we type in widget here, maybe it wasn't called widget, let's double check. Vehicle HUD is what it was called. So drag off here, we can say vehicle HUD. Now we have a reference to the UI. And the UI, we had created a function called add a point. So if we drag off from this and say add a point, you can see that we get access to the function that we created in the UI. Dragging this off like so, we can now say that if this function is called, we're going to print this first, which is our debugging essentially. Then we're going to be trying to get the controller that belongs to this car. Then we're going to be calling or getting the HUD that belongs to the controller of this car. And then we're going to be calling this function on that HUD, which in this case will be trying to get the text of the HUD and then increasing one and displaying the new value. So let's see if this works. First off, we can see that we have in our HUD a 0 down here, so that seems to be working fine. Let's drive over this little box. We can see that we got the message up in the top left and we have an increase down here in the bottom right. And if we drive over it again, you can see that it increases once more. But you can see also that we can run over this object multiple times, which is maybe not what you want. So what you can do is also go to the pickup and say, after you have called the pickup, you can say that you want to destroy actor, which means it will be removing itself from the game. So if we drive over this object, we can see that the box disappears at the same time as we drive over it when we get the point. So now essentially we have everything we need to actually make something out of this. So we have this object, and just like we have learned in the before, we can just hold down Alt to duplicate this object, and we can place a bunch of them in the world essentially where we want to have them. So we can put a bunch of them along this course like this. And now that we have a few, we can just start driving, and we can just go driving and picking up these objects if we're good enough to actually hit the boxes. And now already I have the basis for sort of a little bit of a simple game. Yeah. From this you can of course make this much more advanced as you want, and build upon this if you want to. And I know this might be a little bit, maybe it might feel a little bit advanced, but I've tried to keep it pretty simple. I know there's a bunch of communication between blueprints here, which is maybe not the easiest thing to follow along. But if you want to delve more into blueprints, which is what the meat of my channel is essentially, I mostly teach things related to blueprints. You can, if you feel you want to get better at it, learn more from my other tutorials and get really proficient with blueprinting. But as a start, I think this is pretty easy, and it's already a pretty fun thing just to drive and get these collectibles. And after that you can build to it more if you want to have. You can have timers, you can have like you need to get a certain amount of points in a certain amount of time, or you can have a timer that maybe you need to get as many points before the timer runs out or something like that. You're free to experiment, of course, further down the line. And there you have it. This has been my crash course into Unreal Engine 5. I hope that you have found a lot of the things we went through educational or interesting, and I hope that it will prove to be valuable for you moving forward. This is of course just a starting point for you, and from here there is much more to learn, both in depth and in breadth. So if you feel like this has been an interesting little first dive into Unreal Engine 5, feel free to check out my other tutorials on the subject as well. That's all for now. Keep on learning. Take care.